Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2019 London Cup here at Rye House Kart Raceway for what is going to be a fantastic event. The Rye House Kart Raceway, inaugurated back in 1961, is one of those tracks that is steeped in karting folklore and has the likes of... is that better? There we go. The likes of five-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton is currently in Suzuka battling it out. As well with the likes of Sebastian Vettel and also Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, to think of a few others. Anthony Davidson, Jenson Button have also raced here. But now we have a fantastic event on the cards, broadcasting throughout the day here at the Circuit PA, but also on Alpha Live. A big thank you to Screed Force Limited for sponsoring the coverage of this event, which is under Rye House Independent Kart Regulation rules. So we've got a lot of action over the next few hours, which will probably take place up until about 4:30 this afternoon local time, approximately, depending on stoppages and delays. My name's Alex Goldschmidt from Downforce Radio, the nation's motorsport station. So we are broadcasting live via the Alpha Live YouTube channel, Facebook, on multiple different platforms, which probably might include the likes of Karting Magazine, Downforce Radio. But practice is now officially underway before the heat stages, 3 minutes a session. And first up will be the first of two groups of Bambino competitors here at Rye House. So this is just to give the drivers an idea of what the track's been like overnight. There has been quite a bit of rainfall, to be completely fair. So the way that the system works in the Rye House London Cup this year is that we have two groups for both Bambino Comer and also Senior Rotax. So there will be two grids. And over the course of the duration of the day, there will be three preliminary heats where the drivers will have scored points throughout it. And we then have a B final for both the Bambino Comers and also Senior Rotax. So the top four from each of those B finals will get a chance to compete for the 2019 London Cup title here this weekend. And it's around 11 or 12 degrees Celsius. Track is quite clearly, for those watching on the live stream at home, we've got Noah Baglin, Harley Musk, Luca Holmes-Black. Harley Musk was actually the quickest of anybody in qualifying yesterday afternoon, which took place amid torrid standing water here on the circuit. There's still quite a bit here at the circuit itself, 950 meters in length. A bit of history for Rye House. It's 950 meters in length, with such corners as Stadium, Pylon, the Complex Nouvelle, the S's, and the final corner, the right-hander known as Paddock. So as those watching on the stream, you're seeing some of the drivers come down through the outfield hairpin onto the back straight, which actually passes past my commentary position. Quite an unusual feeling for me, because normally I'm on the other side of the track at the race control tower. But we've got also Alfie Mew, Rio Licata, Felix Hill, Teddy Porter, and Kalian Russell in the 67 completing this around about 8 competitors from the Bambino contingent. There are around about 18 entered for this event, and I think by my reckoning there could still be 16 running. One driver that was entered this weekend, who was actually last year's champion, Jesse Phillips in the 26, I think may be competing elsewhere this weekend as other commitments, so good luck to him, whatever he's doing. So we have over around 110 drivers here this weekend, and you're just seeing a little bit of a teaser for what's to come between the number 17 of Noah Baglin, who's actually top in this practice session with around 30 seconds on the clock remaining, about three and a bit tenths ahead of the driver in front of him, Harley Musk, who did a fantastic job at the Rye House IKR season finale back in early September and did a perfect score in the 21. And he's quite a young lad. He's probably one of the youngest competitors, if not the youngest, out of the complete field. That has a wide range of driving skills and also age variation to boot, as Noah and Harley go through the S's, which then goes into the very tight right-hander, and drivers will have to be wary of track limits throughout the course of the day here at Rye House. It's one of the longest ever running one-off major karting events known through UK karting circles, and it's had the best in the business, including a guy that's currently running this weekend at the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship season finale in Brands Hatch, the 2013 London Cup winner, Mr. Ash Sutton with Team BMR BTCC. So good luck to him this weekend. We know that there's a title up for grabs, and we know that Ash is going to do his level best to get a win at very least over the 3 races today at what's very much a soaked Brands Hatch here as well. Also, a little bit of trivia in the fact that Rye House Kart Raceway featured prominently in the 1964 movie Go Kart Go, and one of the people that was starring in that film was Minder and Sweeney veteran Dennis Waterman, of all people. So there's some prizes on offer. We've got yellow flags at the end of that session as the first of 7 3-minute practice sessions get underway here at Rye House for the 2019 London Cup. Noah Baglin looks to have topped the timesheets there, but there are some transponders ending in 717 and 016 that are not registering with an allocated driver. So that's the first of the 2 Bambino groups competing out on the circuit here today. So we have drivers that competed both nationally and internationally, some in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, also the iArmy X30 Euro Series, the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, and also the B&L Karting Series, which recently had its season finale last weekend in Karting Genk, and that was a downpour because I was there commentating on it. So we have the second group, that's Sergio Wirtz and the number 5, who's been trying to explore his options for 2020. He's been running in the Mini Rock on the Mini Rock chassis elsewhere, and he's really been enjoying that when I spoke to his father yesterday morning before the deluge of rainfall hit us here at Rye. Other drivers here, Max Endicott, Henry Carter, Harper Nass. It looks like we've also got the 84 of Ada Sexton out there, one of several women drivers here with us this weekend, and she definitely can show the boys how it's all done as well. So there's going to be quite a lot of competitiveness through up the length and breadth of this 120 or so strong field. Big thank you to everyone that is actually here at the circuit for coming along to Rye House. There is a bit of a breeze in the air, so there is going to be a bit of another bone of contention that the drivers are going to have to keep working with throughout the race weekend and also for today, as Sergio Wirtz sets in the banker lap of a 1 minute 3.004 with about 2 minutes on the clock remaining as Sergio makes his way through Stadium Bend. And then he'll go through into the left-hander known as Reg's Elbow. There is a bit of standing water, basically what I've classed as a steeplechase puddle throughout the course of the weekend. Sergio now makes his way through the infield hairpin and takes a little bit of a wider line than some people might expect, but he's trying to do the best to keep these wet weather tyres cool all the way through the lap as he now heads onto the back straight and has a look around, sees where everyone is in proximity. Henry Carter, one of the other fast drivers out there in the 72, just goes top nearly, well, about exactly 0.8 of a second quicker than Sergio as Henry makes his way through the outfield hairpin. We've also got the likes of Isaac Barker in the 53, Connor Winfield in the 27, and Harper Dass in the number 95. So there are some prizes on offer for the top 3 in each of the 5 categories here this weekend at the 2019 London Cup. A big thank you to Milton Keynes' very own 360 Performance, who are currently here this weekend. They've set a challenge, but I'll get onto that in just a second. For the champion in each category, they get 3 hours of sim time and training at their state-of-the-art facility in Milton Keynes. The vice champion will get 2 hours, and then the driver rounding out the podium will get a single hour of sim training and coaching as well. 360 Performance, based out of Milton Keynes, also have a fastest lap challenge here. A simulator which is here and actually has it for Rye House. And the driver that set the pace is none other than US Formula 4 powered by Honda driver from J. Howard Racing. Johnny Wilkinson is here this weekend, and he set a pretty competitive lap time, ran about a 35.673, if memory serves me correctly from yesterday, as the checker flag is now out on the gantry for the conclusion of the second and last 3-minute practice session for our Bambino competitors. So the fastest lap challenge on the 360 Performance Simulator, if someone beats that time done by Johnny Wilkinson, that person will get a £500 voucher from 360 Performance. There's a growing trend on simulator training being very, very precedent in how drivers coach, how drivers learn circuits and get coached ahead of major sporting events. And when you look at the transition from sim or esports racing to the real thing. Take, for instance, former GT Academy winner and Super GT racer with Nissan is Jan Mardenborough. Also, Igor Fraga, who won the FIA Certified Gran Turismo Championships World Final in Monte Carlo last year. He's racing in the Formula Regional Championship alongside the likes of Dan Ticktum and Sophia Flörsch, to name just a couple of them. So, Henry Carter was the quickest in that session by just over a tenth, ahead of Max Endicott. Sergio Wirtz rounds out the top three. Isaac Barker in fourth place. Connor Winfield looks to be in fifth and Harper Das in seventh. But there is a transponder ending in 430 that is currently not assigned or allocated to a driver. So that's TX ending in 430. That will be the driver, well, whoever's actually on that transponder. Please make sure you get that allocated. We want to make sure that the commentary throughout the day will be made sure. Also, there will be paddock announcements throughout the day. There's a white Ford Escort in the staff parking area, HUA 126N. Could you please move the vehicle, please? That is in the staff parking area. So if the driver of HUA 126N, that's a white Ford Escort, which had the Mexico livery on the side of it, I think, could you please move your vehicle immediately? Thank you. So that's two of the 7 3-minute practice sessions completed. And now, next up, we will have 24 Honda Cadets roaring around the circuit here. Some very familiar names for those that have been keeping their eye on what's been happening in the domestic side of things when it comes to British karting. We've got the likes of Ethan Simmons in the 23, Connor Duncan, the current O-Plate champion, Hayden Eldridge, Casey Lynch. We've got a couple of German drivers here in the form of Ralf and Timo Jungling, who are running with SFR Motorsport with Heinz Racing. Good to see Luke here this weekend. So we've got quite a few familiar names for those that are familiar within karting circles within the Honda Cadet fraternity. There's been a lot of action at the Honda Cadet Cup as part of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. So some of the drivers will start coming through and setting some laps. And Hayden Eldridge goes top with a 50.547. But the lap times have quickly changed around, and as I mentioned earlier, Ethan Simmons has gone top with a 49.549. Josh Agenbar, the number 16, second position, about 0.6 of a second adrift. Then it's a further 10th and a bit to Tao Butler, Hayden Eldridge, Connor Duncan, Casey Lynch, James Bell, William Murphy, Timo Jungling, and Anthony Parfitt in the 47. They round out the top 10, which are separated by just over a second and a half. But as they say, times are for show, points to go, as the drivers really just sort of streaming their way through what is effectively, for those watching at home, that's pylon, that's the exit of it. And I've seen quite a few drivers put the power down trying to come out of that corner, and they've gone very, very sideways, and especially out of paddock, the final corner that leads onto the start-finish straight. There was one junior Rotax driver, I think it was 71, if memory serves me correctly, came flying out of paddock completely sideways and kept the foot planted to the floor. Quite impressive, and it just shows how much kart control that is required around such a tight and technical circuit, which has been dubbed the Silverstone of karting, according to multi-time Grand Prix winner David Coulthard, who's also part of the advisory board for W Series that had its inaugural season this year, with Jamie Chadwick becoming the inaugural champion back in Brands Hatch in August. So we've got 36 seconds on the clock in this session left remaining as the drivers. Now, one of the things about Honda Cadets is that it's very, very closely fought. You'll see an absolute train of them going down a start-finish straight, and you'll have to wait until like probably the last sort of 2 to 3 laps before things really, really kick off at the front end. And so we've had our first time below 49 seconds, and that is from the 23 of Young Racing Driver Academy, which is backed by Arden Motorsport, Ethan Simmons. Had a good chat with him and his dad yesterday evening as they were waiting for the simulator, and Ethan looked to be a very happy chappy, as he definitely, I think, as we've had a little bit of an off, or someone's gone a bit sideways and lost traction coming out of the outfield hairpin. That is the session completed. So just a brief 3 minutes. Some of them fielding their way through pylon, through into the Complex Nouvelle, into the S's, and then into the right-hander at paddock. which included the 23 of Ethan Simmons, as Hayden Eldridge posts the 5th fastest time. Casey Lynch, who took pole yesterday, was 12th quickest. Ethan Simmons was quickest of anybody, the only driver to go sub 49 on a 48.774. Could we also ask that a black Ford S-Max of GN61BZH to please also move your vehicle from the staff parking area? It will need to be reparked elsewhere. So that location, just by one of the main sort of containers we've got here at the circuit, which is just towards Pylon, if that vehicle could be moved. The black Ford S-Max GN61BZH, could you please move your vehicle immediately? Thank you. So the Honda Cadets now make their way into the grids. All results classed today will be provisional, pending any technical and sporting matters. The meeting is using Motorsport UK guidelines as a base, but will be Rye House IKR with no rights of appeal. So if a decision is put forward, it stands, irrespective of appeal. So after the Honda Cadets, it's now the junior Rotax contingent. Yesterday afternoon, Daniel Ginchard in the number 54, running on the Red Speed chassis, was quickest of anybody and absolutely nailed a brilliant flying lap. Good to see that I think we've got two well-respected photographers within the karting fraternity. One that's making a bit of a rise and one that has been there for quite a time. Stu Stratton and Josh East, welcome back to Rye House, gentlemen. I know that Josh had a bit of an issue with a kart problem yesterday. I hope he's here. If you are, Luke, Josh, just let me know. So we'll find out who is. There's 18 competitors. A bit of a disaster for Chloe Kunyasik yesterday in the 104. She came out of the pre-grid and unfortunately started breaking down just before she crossed the start-finish line and got towards stadium and ended up having to park it. And I spoke with her father as well briefly yesterday. Chloe's just 14 and giving as best she can. She's been running in the Rye House IKR Championship this season and done a very credible job, I must admit, as Dan Ginchard is just over a 0.13 of a second ahead of Alfie Brooks. Scott Sumpton, Ronnie Mansfield, or Finley Dunn is one of the young chargers out there, the number 26. He's one of the drivers that's on the Ralf Schumacher chassis. Yes, you heard that right. Ralf, still based out of Germany, still is very much in the motorsport side of things, running teams nowadays, obviously being having a chassis named after himself and also running US racing in multiple single-seater categories over the past couple of years, and was originally, up until quite recently, an OTK supplier as the factory outlet. As Dan Ginchard, fastest of anybody, just over a tenth between him and Alfie Brooks. These two were two of the drivers battling over pole position earlier on yesterday. So it will be quite interesting to see how things carry on. So less than a minute to go as the 57 of Alfie Brooks there on the stream is being closely followed by Dan Ginchard in the 54. As they come through into the final couple of corners. Looks like we've got the 71. That's Ivaskevicius. That's the guy that was going completely sideways out of paddock yesterday. And you had to see it to believe it. Just completely came out of the corner sideways, but he's going to have a bit of a tall order to get that kart, whatever the problem is with the mechanics on that kart. Hopefully they'll be resolved before the first heat of 3. So the drivers will accumulate points over the course of the day to put them on their respective positions for the heats, and then also for the final a little bit later on this afternoon, as Dan Ginchard sends it up the inside of Alfie Brooks there, nice and clean from the 54. You want to see competitive racing. Junior Rotax is always one that's very, very exciting, as having been across continental Europe this year for both the Rotax Euro Trophy and also the B&L Karting Series. It's been a pleasure watching some great competitors, and Junior Rotax definitely do a fantastic job in providing the action. So the session is over. Dan Ginchard posts the fastest time by over 0.3 of a second from Alfie Brooks. So a 46.575 from the 54. The 57 puts in a 46.892. Finley Dunn in third, Scott Sumpton in fourth, Kyle Dunford in fifth ahead of Caitlin May. Ronnie Mansfield, Poppy Stevenson, Jack Brand, Ryan Margolis, Ben Ballou, James Otto, Ellis Humphreys and Lewis Woodward with the Vaskevicius, unfortunately stranded on the circuit down in 16th. So we'll have 3 more 3-minute practice sessions before the heats get underway. Groups A and B for both Bambino and Senior Rotax were decided post-qualifying yesterday afternoon. So next up, we'll have the first of 2 groups for Senior Rotax. All Rotax engines are the Max Evo derivative, 125cc, all running on centrifugal clutches, direct drive. So we continue on with Senior Rotax Group 1. So just had one of the mums of the drivers from the Bambinos just come up and just asked me what group her son is. So that's all sorted. So we carry on regardless and keep things going. And a big thank you to Rye House's social media people, which has put me on, tagged me in something on Instagram with a mic drop on there. Very fitting. But I won't be dropping the mic today. That's very much guaranteed. And hopefully I'll have Anthony Jordan joining me in the commentary box a little bit later on this afternoon. He was with Ben Topless yesterday at Alpha Live's coverage. We've also, on Alpha Live, got coverage of the 750 Motor Club live from Snetterton in Norfolk. So if you want to switch between the two, you can head to the direct Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please like, share, and subscribe, as well as having a look at some of the other feeds that are cross-posting across social media. So Liam Ferguson and Alfie Haralambous look to be the top 2 quickest drivers in the first of 2 groups of Senior Rotax. A couple of transponders need assigning, ending in 287 and 064. If you could please make sure that those transponders are sorted out before the heats. We'll try and do our best to keep the live commentary as precise as possible throughout the day. Good morning, Darren Wright. Thank you very much for... see you later on. I will do indeed. So we've got Wayne Edwards wishing Alfie Cockrell in Rotax 177, a two-time Rye House IKR Rotax 177 champion. He'll be in the final practice session. We've got Charles Cheesy Green Racing saying good luck to all the Team Ambition motorsport drivers. Have a good one. They're headed up by Paul Janes, who is here this weekend. A few youngsters in that group. Paul's a very good, hard-working individual. Really got to know him over the course of the season, and it's good to see him here at Rye House. So 2 minutes and 36 on the clock remaining in Group 2 for Senior Rotax, and in this one we have around about 17, according to the transponders showing up. Have quite a few names quite familiar to this. A real shame to not see Jodine Newman here. Well, she's here, but she's not racing, unfortunately. She's injured her back, so she was definitely looking forward to getting out there, and she went testing earlier on this week, she explained to me, and I have to give her a shout out because she's still on 4 wheels, bless her. But she's supporting some of the drivers here, one of which will be Tom Sullivan in the 46, who's currently running 10th in this session at the minute. So we have the likes of Aaron Jury, Mike Spencer, who was top in Group B qualifying yesterday afternoon. Mike's a very experienced driver, and he definitely put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons and gave the youngsters a wake-up call yesterday afternoon, running in around about a 46.2. Kieran McCarney just gets a contact warning, so drivers are going to have to watch their P's and Q's and keep their elbows in unless they are going to try and go for a move. They do say that rubbing's racing, but karting is a non-contact sport here. So just over 1 minute and 15 to go on the clock. So please feel free to contact us on the socials, on the YouTube channel for Alpha Live, as that is a breakdown off of, and that's a great pick up there by our camera guy. There, Gary, who's just picked up one of the drivers that's just parked up on the halfway point of the back straightaway. Nice pick up there, Greg. Thank you very much there. So Aaron Jury, 46.197, even in these conditions, and is nearly well, he's over half a second quicker than Mike Spencer, as the 97 flies through stadium with consummate ease, despite having to battle with a bit of opposite lock in the meantime. So we do have quite a few bits and pieces still to do. There's the 97 of Aaron Drury, just literally putting the anchors on and coming through into the back straightaway here at Rye House. Puts the power down, heads on his way, and you can just see the rear end of the 97 Ralf Schumacher chassis sort of twitch a little bit, sort of pulling a bit more to the right as he's putting on the anchors. So now the session very shortly will conclude. We've got about, that's it, checkered flag is out, so that is the last of the, now that looks to have been maybe the, well, I did see a 3 there. But there's a couple of transponders, the following transponders ending the following 3 numbers, 970, 945 and 049. Can you please make sure your transponders are assigned, please? We did have a 3-minute transponder check before qualifying yesterday, and everything seems to have worked back then, but we want to make sure that the race action is picked up as much as humanly possible throughout the race week, the race day itself. So please feel free to connect with us on socials via the YouTube channel. There is from Alpha Live. This coverage of the 2019 London Cup is brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. A big thank you to them for doing so. So please feel free to connect with us on social media, through YouTube, through Facebook, and hopefully that will all start coming through and I'll be able to give the relevant shout-outs whenever possible. So, based out of London is Screed Force, plastering, dry lining, partitioning and screeding specialists. Ian Cole is one of their directors. So the final practice session before the true racing action gets underway here at Rye House. It's Rotax 177, or as I like to call them, the heavy hitters. So we've got quite a few drivers out here. Alfie Cockrell, Andrea De Luca, Hugo Pereira from Portugal. Silvanas Klimas, Scott Klee. Also, one of my favourite drivers at the moment in this category, apart from the likes of Hugo Pereira and Alfie Cockrell, Joe Hunt in the 66. And I know when I mention Joe Hunt and Josh East in the same sentence, it seems to go all okay. So Alfie Cockrell, in the meantime, has the lead in terms of top time. 47.377. Nathan Chafer was battling away tooth and nail and is just over a tenth and a quarter behind the 53. Andrea De Luca, Ben Cowley, James Webb. Well, as I say that, Charlie Whaley in the 09 pops up into the top position. 47.227 from Whaley. Cockrell, Chafer, De Luca, Cowley, Webb, Sadler, Smith, Pereira, and Nick Skelton round out the top 10, all separated by just over 1.4 seconds in this particular session. So for those on the live stream, if you're wondering why I'm doing paddock announcements, we've got over 110 competitors here, plus also a lot of motor vehicles, all four wheels on the asphalt, so to speak, as Alfie Cockrell goes sub 47 seconds. And it's not just him. Nathan Chafer also does the same in the number 2. Jim Ray, well, as I say that, Charlie Whaley makes that the top 3. Puts in a blistering 46.519, but Cockrell's definitely got the pace. 46.317 here at Rye House. As we go into the last 50 or so seconds of this final 3-minute practice session of the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. Broadcasting live on the PA, the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and several other, that's the number 53 of Alfie Cockrell, I think, going a little bit wide on the approach into what is effectively Stadium Bend. That's turn 1. Turn 2 is Reg's Elbow, which is a 90, pretty much a 90 left. Then you've got 2 hairpins before you head onto the back straight, before the full rush of commitment and adrenaline, as we now see it with Alfie Cockrell. And he heads down into pylon. Good pickup from our camera crew there as he negotiates and gets a little bit of sideways action coming out of the second part of pylon into the S's, now into the left-hander at paddock, where you then have to be very, very quick, but very, very also measured in your throttle modulation as Alfie gets the head down and crosses the line and goes in and puts in a 46.258 on his 4th and final lap of the practice session. This is just a taster of what's to come in Rotax 177. Nathan Chafer takes 3rd. Charlie Whaley takes 2nd, ahead of Adam Sadler, with James Webb rounding out the top 5, separated by just 8.5 tenths of a second. Jim Rainburner further 5 thousandths adrift in the 25 and 6, ahead of Ben Cowley, Oliver Smith, Joe Hunt, Aaron Timberlake. In the 42. Andrea De Luca rounds out the top 11 ahead of Scott Klee, Nick Skelton, Richard Allison, Andrew Wilkins, Tim Darlow, Max Williams, Hugo Pereira down in 18th ahead of Silvanas Klimas and John Soul in the 46. Same race number as multi-time MotoGP World Champion Valentino Rossi. So the drivers make their way to the pits for this particular time, as we are very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. I'm quite excited about this. We're about to get the racing action underway here at Rye House Kart Raceway for the 2019 London Cup. So now we get to the first of 3 preliminary heats, which will then decide our grids for the 2019 London Cup. For Bambino Comer and for Senior Rotax, they will have to be split into 2 groups and based on their points accumulated throughout the day, what will happen is that the best of them will go into the A final, and then we'll have a B final later on, which will decide the top 4 that will automatically qualify. So some drivers will have to do a little bit more racing here today at Rye House. So all preliminary heats, including the B final, will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. A big thank you to the marshalling team and also the staff here at Rye House Kart Raceway to put on what is very much an event that really does bring a lot of people from around the country, from all 4 corners thereof, including as high north as Scotland, including one of our Honda Cadet drivers. So we'll find out what happens very, very shortly, because we will have our first set of preliminary heats. Heat 1. Bambino Comer, Group 1, about to get underway very, very shortly. 8 minutes on the time. And now for the starting procedures, to give you guys watching at home a little bit of an idea. For Bambinos and the Honda Cadets, it will be standing start only. When we go to Rotax power, it will be 2x2 rolling start formation. A bit of an apology for those watching on the live stream, but we do have access to the grids. So for Bambino Comer Heat A1, this is Group 1. So Hartley Musk will be on pole position in the 21, and alongside him on the front row will be the number 6 of Luca Holmes-Balak. On row 2, it's the 17 of Noah Baglin and the 84 of Ada Sexton. Then it is Teddy Porter in the 66 and Alfie Mew in the 32. That quite rhymes nicely there, doesn't it? That's row 3. And then we'll have Felix Hill in the number 16 on 7th position, and alongside on P8 will be Kalian Russell in the 67. Then Rio Licata in the number 9, and Jesse Phillips. Well, it looks like Jesse is not going to be here with us this weekend. There's no time showing for both Rio and also for them. So the drivers will make their way to the starting grid, where all the parents and, you know, it's very much a lad and dad, so it's bonding time for father and son, or mother and son, or mother and daughter. So there will be, so the red lights are flashing on the gantry there. So 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Your lineup will be Musk, Holmes-Balak on the front row, Baglin and Sexton, that's row 2. Porter and Mew, row 3. Hill and Russell will be on row 4. So we'll see how things proceed. So the engines are switched off. And the good thing is I can see the lights, so the grid is being cleared. So let's see if we go lights out and away for the first time of asking here at the 2019 Rye House London Cup. Here in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, not too far, around half an hour's drive from Stevenage, the hometown of five-time Formula One champion Lewis Hamilton. And we go lights out for the first time for the 2019 London Cup. The young Bambino competitors roar their way down towards stadium for the first time. And it's Harley Musk that's got the lead from Luca Holmes-Black, who has, it looks like Noah Baglin's gone up the inside, possibly for second. And that is the case, as Musk is now down to second place. That looks like Baglin's got an absolute flyer there. Or is that somebody else? No, that is Noah Baglin that has got a comfortable lead. So that looks to be Baglin, Musk, as they're all scrambling for traction coming out of the infield hairpin. So 7 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap for our first race of the Rye House London Cup here in Hoddesdon. And at the moment, it looks like that Noah Baglin has got off to an absolute flyer. Up into second is Luca Holmes-Black, who started on the front row alongside Harley Musk. Down into third position, Teddy Porter, past Ada Sexton, now up into fourth position, as there's one driver languishing a bit further down the order. So drivers making their way through. As we've had a spinner, that's Teddy Porter. Teddy Porter spins at paddock, manages to regroup as Felix Hill, with that brightly coloured Technicolor side pods and front Nassau plate, makes his way through paddock. Noah Baglin has got a comfortable lead of 1.3 seconds over Luca Holmes-Black. Harley Musk, Alfie Mew, Teddy Porter, Ria Licatu started on P9 up into sixth place. Ada Sexton down in seventh, having started in fourth place. Felix Hill and Kalian Russell round out the 9 strong, as Baglin starting to stretch that lead a little bit from Harley Musk, or is he? So Musk is in third and goes very wide on the outfield hairpin, nearly 4 wheels off the circuit, trying to catch up with Luca Holmes-Black. But Black just keeping Musk at bay thus far. 6 minutes 38 plus an additional lap remaining in this first of many Bambino Comer races, and we do sometimes see some great racecraft from our youngest competitors, as Musk is swarming all over the back of Holmes-Black at the minute for second position as they come to cross the start-finish line, and Musk is going towards the inside line, heading into Stadium Bend, and he's got the move done before he's even hit the apex. That's a great move, but Holmes-Black quickly on the counter-offensive and goes towards the inside as they head through the second part of Stadium Bend into Reg's elbow at the left-hander. So Baglin leads and has a 1.8 second advantage, as both Holmes-Black and Musk were battling over second, with the 21 now getting the upper hand. Or has he thereof? I don't think that's the case, because Holmes-Black is really closing and is about a kart length and a half, maybe 2 kart lengths behind Harley Musk, who runs a little bit wide coming out of the outfield hairpin, but that gives him the traction he needs to try and power away from Luca Holmes-Black. So running order, it's Baglin, Musk, Holmes-Black, Mew in fourth place in the 32, and is trying to close up on the 2 in front, and they're battling away tooth and nail over second position. So 5 minutes and 17 plus an additional lap. Noah Baglin comes across the line to complete lap number 3 and is absolutely flying. He's just put in a 1 minute, .638. Harley Musk 2.2 seconds behind, but is starting to drop Holmes-Black by about half a second at the minute. But Holmes-Black looks a bit more composed going through the exit of Stadium Bend and into Reg's elbow. Alfie Mew, Rio Licata now up past Teddy Porter, who had that spin just a lap or 2 ago at paddock. So Licata now moving forward. And at the minute, Alfie Mew is the one that's actually the fastest out on circuit, a 1 minute .560 from the 32 in fourth position. So Baglin really doing a good job up front, and as soon as he got past Harley Musk, did a pounce on the 21 going through stadium on the very first time after lights out. That was a great job from the youngster in the 17. So Teddy Porter in sixth, Ada Sexton battling away there. That looks to be, well, she's just got past. There's been a warning flag put out for Alfie Mew there. So Ada Sexton now battling away with Alfie Mew, it looks like. And Teddy Porter now up to fifth, so Mew's all the way down in seventh position. Felix Hill now crosses the line, and a little bit further back is Kalian Russell in the 67. As there's a great battle here between Ada Sexton in the 84 and Alfie Mew in the 32 for sixth position on the road, as we've gone past half-time on this particular race itself. as Ada Sexton gets a real good bit of traction, takes a wider line coming in out of the outfield hairpin, and keeps herself in front of Alfie Mew, who's got a bit of work to do, if I'm completely honest. 3 minutes and 30, plus an additional lap. The advantage now in the favour of Noah Baglin, who continues to lead and has set a brilliant lap of a 60.149 on lap number 4. We're now on to lap 5 of the race. And his gap now between himself and Harley Musk, well, he's running in the 1 minute 2s as Noah Baglin. Harley Musk, a 1 minute 1 there, and is 3.3 seconds adrift, well, nearly 3.4. So quite a lot still to transpire in the next 2.5 minutes or so, plus an additional lap as some of the drivers, including Ada Sexton, in the 84 coming through Stadium, through the left-hander into Regis before they make the short blast up to the first of 2 major hairpins here, the infield hairpin and then the outfield hairpin. Some great camera shots from our crew here from Alpha Live on the live stream, so please don't forget to share, like and subscribe to the official YouTube channel for Alpha Live. They cover such great events, including the Daniel Ricciardo Series, the 750 Motor Club. Also, they've worked on the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK this season, amongst other things, and also worked in association with Scruffy Bear Pictures to present the Citroen C1 24 Hours back at Silverstone earlier on this year. So 1 minute 50, the gap now is 4 seconds between first and second position as Luca Holmes-Balak is getting caught there. And now who is that in the cart behind? That could be Rio Licata if I'm very much mistaken. So the number 19, I think, is the number 9, as that's a little bit of a tank slapper for Luca Holmes-Balak. And it looks like Rio Licata had to go in avoidance. Might have caught unawares there a little bit, was the youngster. But has caught on the back bumper and is absolutely flying on the approach down. This is the battle between Holmes-Balak and Licata for third position as they make their way through into pylon. And it's wider line taken by Luca Holmes-Balak, but Licata definitely on the move right now as they come through paddock. Now on to lap number 8 of the race, just under 50 seconds to go, plus an additional lap as Harley Musk crosses the line 4.7 seconds behind. But look at this raging battle on for third place. Luca Holmes-Balak being slingshotted, drafting along Rio Licata, who's right on the back bumper in the number 6 as they go through. Reg's elbow towards the infield hairpin. Licata was looking a bit menacing there, looking up the inside of Holmes-Balak to take the advantage, to take third position. But this is allowing Teddy Porter in the 66 to close up. We've got 20 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap. And at the moment, Noah Baglin is about to come through pylon as third and fourth still battling away here, tooth and nail. It's very much undecided. It could come down to the final lap of this race, which we'll see that the final lap board will be shown to Noah Baglin very, very shortly as he crosses the line. The timer has expired. Final lap it is for Noah Baglin, as Teddy Porter's closed off on Rio Licata. In the meantime, Harley Musk crosses the line now and is 5.786 seconds adrift off of Noah Baglin, who is going to comfortably take the win here in the first race of the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited, as Holmes-Balak is absolutely fending off Licata as if his life depended on it for third place. But Licata's got the inside run, going into the infield hairpin, thinks better of it. And he spins! That's a drama. Oh, and Teddy Porter has to avoid very, very quickly indeed. So Licata, battling for third, drops it off of the infield hairpin. But now we come to the final bit of action here, as round the final corner from paddock comes Noah Baglin. He's coming through pylon, he's coming through the S's. Now into paddock comes the number 17. And the checkered flag is going to wave for the first time. The first winner of the 2019 London Cup is Noah Baglin in the 17. What a great drive. Stole the lead, and here comes Harley Musk to take a well-deserved second position, nearly 7.1 seconds adrift off of the winner. Luca Holmes-Balak takes third after Teddy Porter. Rio Licata pips Ada Sexton in a drag race to the line to take fifth. Alfie Mew in 7th position. We've got 2 more competitors to wait for. Here comes the number 16 of Felix Hill. Takes 8th position. And last but by no means least, Kalian Russell comes round paddock for the final time and rounds out the 9 strong, the 67, doing a great job, even though he was on his own at the back part of the field, still only finished 41 seconds off of the leader. So Noah Baglin takes the first win of the day. And let's just have a look. Here's what happens with the Kart. He just I don't know what happened there. The back end just stepped out quite unceremoniously there on the 9, which is showing on the 19, according to his side pods and front nacelle plate. You might need to get that changed pretty quickly. So very shortly we'll go to our next heat, which will be Bambino Comer, Group 2. Right, my apologies there. Rio Licata actually didn't take part in that race because that was Albert Friend that unfortunately spun out there. But we have a second group of Bambinos making their way towards the start-finish line, and the grid will be as follows. Henry Carter in the 72 will be the first, will be on pole position. Max Endicott in the 18 will be alongside on the front row. Row 2, it's Isaac Barker in the 53 and Sergio Wirtz in the number 5. Leo Anya starts in 5th position alongside Albert Friend in the number 19, so that's numbers 10 and 19 respectively, with Harper Das in the 95 and Connor Winfield in the 27. So the engines will have been restarted. So the grid is being cleared ahead of the second 8-minute plus an additional lap. So this will conclude the Heat 1 action for the Bambino Comers, and we go lights out and off into stadium they head. And that is a brilliant getaway from Max Endicott, who gets off the line quicker than Henry Carter as the field makes its way through stadium for the very first time of asking. So they start making their way to the infield hairpin. Some drivers looking a bit more menacing than others. Oh, might have been a little bit of a tangle there between Endicott and Carter for the lead, going out of the outfield hairpin, infield hairpin there. So that was very, very close indeed, as there's one spinner at the back of the field who's 180 degrees the wrong way, going towards the outfield hairpin. So in the lead of the race, it is the 53 of Isaac Barker, who's profited between the slight tangle there, I believe, between Carter and Endicott, going through the infield hairpin. And the driver, who's a little bit further back from everybody else, is languishing a little bit now. That's a real shame for the youngster. And that is the 95. That's Harper Das, who's at the back part of the field. Meanwhile, at the front, Isaac Barker keeps the lead, but Leo Anya is shot all the way up to second position in the number 10. Leo had a bit of a disaster in qualifying, having a mechanical issue, but now is in second, but is being pressurised. That looks to be Henry Carter. If you're going around the outside of the number 10 Ridge's elbow. You cannot be absolutely serious with that one, in the words of John McEnroe. That was a brilliant move, absolutely fantastic from Henry Carter to slingshot past the outside of Leo Anya at Ridge's elbow. I haven't seen that move before since the 2 or so years I started commentating at this very circuit. And it looks like Max Endicott is in 3rd place so at the moment, so Leo Anya in 3rd. And just behind looks to be the number 18 of Max Endicott. Sergio Vitt's down in 5th at the moment. Albert Friend in the 19. Connor Winfield and Harper Das round out the field. We go in with 6 minutes and 25 seconds remaining on the clock. But this one's going to be a little bit closer than the previous one, as the gap between 1st and 2nd is just over 4 tenths. So Isaac Barker and Henry Carter. Henry Carter's the first Bambino today that's gone sub 60, 59.937. And that is not too far off the qualifying pace shown by Harley Musk yesterday, who ran in the 59.8s. So that's brilliant pace from the 72. Absolutely lighting up the timesheets purple. But he's bringing along the likes of Leo Anya and Max Endicott, as the lead very much could change. Oh, Carter's getting really, really feisty right now and is on the run behind Isaac Barker heading into pylon. This is where they've got to keep it composed. These curbs will be slippery, and towards the inside line, Carter trying to go for the lead, nearly brought along Anya along with, but that was very close. Could have been a change for the lead at pylon there, with Carter and Anya trying to slingshot past Isaac Barker, but Barker still narrowly holds on to the lead. The top 3, line astern as they come across the start-finish line. It was 4 tenths between 1st and 2nd. It's 4 tenths between 1st and 3rd place. And the fastest out of the trio is Leo Anya, who's just set a personal best and tries to go up to the inside of Henry Carter through the second part of stadium, but has to hold back. This is allowing Max Endicott back into the mix as Henry Carter looking up the inside of Isaac Barker into the infield hairpin and takes the inside line, gets the lead. That's a great move. He did one move up, ran the outside of Leo Anya through Reggie's elbow, which I haven't seen for quite a time, and did a great job to get past Isaac Barker for the lead of this race. So Carter now is going to try and break away. We're fast approaching the half-time of this race, 4 minutes and 30, plus an additional lap. The top 4 pretty much line astern. That's Barker, Carter, Anya, Endicott. So that's 53, 72, 10 and 18. Sergio Vitt's trying to close up. And last time around, he was actually quickest out of the top 5 at 1 minute, 0.224. He's only 1.1 seconds off the lead, but it could be even closer still. As Henry Carter again, he sets the fastest lap time of the weekend of 59.467 in such inclemental conditions here at Rye House, despite the wet weather that fell overnight and also the wet weather that hit the track yesterday. He's absolutely on a charge. He's over 4 tenths of a second ahead of Isaac Barker. Leo Anya definitely thinks I can have a nibble at second. So does Max Endicott in the number 18. As Endicott's going to get the inside run coming onto the back straight, but can't make it stick. Anya really forcing the issue with Isaac Barker for second. Gets back inside of him into pylon. Could get a tighter line here. He does, but does he get the momentum? He doesn't. Barker has still got the run and actually neatly shuts the door there in the direction of the number 10. That is Leo Anya. And Max Endicott thought, well, I better back off here because otherwise I'm going to end up in trouble. But Henry Carter clearly blasting away from the rest of the field. The gap now was just over 4 tenths. It's 1.7 seconds. That's incredible. 1.7 seconds. And he's also gone purple yet again. 59.431 from the 72. That's an absolutely humongous lead. The trio battling over second, third and fourth position. Still pretty much at it as we go into the last 2.5 minutes. Leo Anya goes up the inside of Isaac Barker. The pair are side by side and Barker manages to power past the 10, heading into the outfield hairpin on the circuit. Max Endicott really sizing up Leo Anya, but gets a bit of a tank slapper coming through the outfield hairpin onto the max straight. So couldn't really have the traction to come out of the corner and put it past the number 10, who is going to try and see if he can steely get past Isaac Barker. He's going to go towards the inside of the S. Is he going to make it? No, he doesn't. Has to hold back, wait for his opportunity. So we go into the last 2 minutes, the last quarter of the race now, as Henry Carter's lead could be over 2 seconds at this point. And it's nearly 2.5 seconds. That's another 8 tenths as Isaac Barker is the second driver that goes sub 60 seconds. But Henry Carter absolutely putting on a masterclass display of 59.227. That is the fastest lap of the race. We're now on to lap number 7 with just over 90 seconds plus an additional lap remaining in this second and final Heat 1 for the Bambino Comers. So we've got 17 of them here with us this weekend out of 18. So Jesse Phillips racing elsewhere. Good luck to the number 26. So Henry Carter continues just to stretch that advantage calmly and conservatively whilst the trio behind is still battling over the scraps on the table. So Isaac Barker has got a bit of distance between himself and Leo Anya in the 10 with Max Endicott rounding out the top 4. Sergio Vitz in 5th. Albert Friend in 6th, Conor Winfield and Harper Das rounding out the 8-strong grid as we go into the last 60 seconds. Leo Anya has set his personal best and makes it 3 drivers into the sub-60-second barrier with the 59.704. Sergio Vitz and Albert Friend also set their personal bests in this race, as the gap now wasn't as big as an extension as I had seen over the last couple of laps. Because in the space of about 3 or 4 laps that Henry Carter has extended his lead from what was about 2 tenths to 2.656 seconds as he makes his way halfway down the back straight with the trio behind. Looks like Isaac Barker has said goodbye to both Leo Anya and Max Endicott, who could be battling over the next 2 or so laps, because we've got about 9 on the clock remaining as Henry Carter makes his way through paddock. It might be close, but he might get the final lap board. Will he get the final lap board? Yes, he does. So that's it. Time's expired. That's it. Final lap board it is. And Henry Carter's lead is now a whopping 2.9 seconds. Not as convincing as what we had in the first heat. Leo Anya, 3.3 seconds off of the leader. Max Endicott again sets a personal best and is the 4th out of 8 drivers in this heat. So half of the field going sub-60 with a 59.860. As the field making their way towards the completion of this first of 3 heats for Group 2 for the Bambinos. So for the final time, Henry Carter heads into Pylon, then into the Complex Nouvelle, and then the S's before he comes round paddock for the final time. As Anya really on the move right now. He's going to try and do a last-ditch manoeuvre to try and get past Isaac Barker as they head through paddock. And an early celebration thereof for Henry Carter. What's going to happen? It's a drag race. It's an absolute drag race. Who's going to get it? It could be a photo finish. Is it Barker Anya? No, it's Anya by a whisker. 5/1000ths of a second. Leo Anya on the line takes second position from Isaac Barker in the 53. He waited, and stole it like candy from a baby. Absolutely brilliant work from Leo Anya there to take second. So 9 laps completed. Henry Carter takes the win in Group 2 of Bambino Comer here at the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited for the live stream on multiple channels, both cross-posting across Facebook and also YouTube. Please don't forget, if you want to head to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, please hit the share, like and subscribe button. But Henry Carter wins by 3.271 seconds. Isaac Barker gets pipped by 5/1000ths for second by Leo Anya. And a drag race to the finish. Max Endicott, Sergio Vitz, Albert Friend, Conor Winfield. And I think we're just waiting for Harper Das. Well, Harper Das was showing up a lap down off of the leaders. So may have pulled into the pits. So that's the first set of heats for Bambino Comers. Next up, it's Honda Cadets. So we've got 24 Honda Cadets. I don't think some of them are having a bit of luck with traction coming out of the pre-grid, as there was a couple of spinners. There's one actually being pulled back onto the start-finish line there. And that looks to be the 85 there of Jarrett Clark from Ambition Motorsport. So the drivers, 24 of them, 2 of them from Germany. Ralf and Timo Jungling, who have been racing here in the UK this season, thought they'd give it a chance with the London Cup. Well, they've got some stern competition here this weekend, along with the likes of Casey Lynch, Ethan Simmons, Hayden Eldridge, Josh Agenbar, amongst others. Connor Duncan, the current O-Plate champion, as Casey Lynch, who, if memory serves me correct, starts on pole position, and we'll have Ethan Simmons alongside. Then you'll have Josh Agenbar and Hayden Eldridge, William Murphy and Connor Duncan, Emily Jackson, Tao Butler, Ralph Jungling, Wesley Swain, Antoni Witkowski, Simon Parfitt, James Bell, and a whole host of others as they get ready and get primed. So from Witkowski, it's Simon Parfitt, James Bell, Joshua Graham, Joe Cheek, Timo Jungling, Yihan Kalichan, Ian Alexandru Marginor, Milo Manderson, Andor Zalontai, Alan Wooden, Anthony Parfitt, Amin Saran and Jarrett Clark. So let's see what happens over the next 8 minutes plus an additional lap as the red light flashes on the starting gantry ahead of our first of 3 preliminary heats for the Honda Cadet contingent here. Red lights on the starting gantry, and we go lights out for the first time in Honda Cadets. So great start from Lynch as Simmons swoops in. That's aggressive as heck, but that was a full start called, I think, according to timing. It looks like there was a full start called, but the green lights were on the gantry, as there is absolute pandemonium on the Exeter Stadium already, and we haven't even completed the first couple of corners, but I think that is a full start called. Full start, I believe that has been called. But is that the case where we might have to red flag it, as the drivers making their way through pylon with Lynch following Simmons. But it looks like they are at full racing speed. So your guess is as good as mine as the drivers continue quite significantly. They're trying to make sure that they keep their optimum positions. So according to the timing, it's got full start called, but the lights went green, so we went racing. Ethan Simmons looks to be in the lead. Casey Lynch in second. Josh Agenbar in third. So I don't know if there is a timing issue, but we'll try and keep up with this as much as we can. But Ethan Simmons is he's got away like a scalded cat as the 23 from the Young Racing Driver Academy, backed by Arden Motorsport. Then you've got the 41 of Casey Lynch. Then you've got some drivers battling away, and that is the 51 of Hayden Eldridge battling along with the 42 of Tao Butler there for position, as Tao Butler sends it up the inside of Eldridge, and there's some big standing water puddles, and Hayden Eldridge nearly gets caught out there. So we're going to try and keep up, but Ethan Simmons is absolutely powered away from Casey Lynch. Then we got the O-plate of Connor Duncan in 4th place. Then we got Tao Butler and Hayden Eldridge battling tooth and nail. A little bit further back from them, looks to be, I think I've just seen the 26 of Emily Jackson battling away with possibly Wesley Swain there. As Casey Lynch keeping it in 2nd position, but Josh Agenbar is trying to catch up, as will Tao Butler in the 42. We're not too sure whether we have a timing issue, but the race is carrying on nevertheless, so I'll do my level best to keep up with it. There has been a contact warning, so there might be an issue with the timing. There has been a contact warning for the 16. That is Josh Agenbar. So at the minute, from what I can gather, that Ethan Simmons has been getting away from the rest of the opposition as Josh Agenbar has had to relinquish third, effectively to what is Connor Duncan, who is leading a train of karts, which includes the likes of Casey Lynch and Ethan Simmons a little bit further back down the order. I've just seen the 92 of Wesley Swain come past my commentary position as Hayden Eldridge is having to fight tooth and nail with Tao Butler in the 42. So Connor Duncan looks, I think, by my reckoning, yes, is up into second place. So the O-Plate champion, Connor Duncan from Scotland, in second, but an absolute gap between him and also Ethan Simmons, as I've just seen the 72 of Andor Salontai come through the outfield hairpin onto the back straight. As this is some great battling here from Honda Cadets. And you can just see that they use the slipstream, use the toe to get up the inside, and that's a great move there from Hayden Eldridge on the 41 of Casey Lynch going through the infield hairpin here at Rye House. But then through, that's an opportunistic move. If ever I saw one, Tao Butler up the inside of both Casey Lynch and Hayden Eldridge on the outfield hairpin. That's brilliant craftsmanship, but Tao Butler gets a little bit sideways coming out of the exit of Pylon as the drivers are hitting the curbs as Hayden Eldridge sends it up the inside of Tao Butler to take back the position. Which is effectively, I think, probably third or fourth by my reckoning, as the timing was still possibly having an issue there. So some drivers taking different lines, as some people going completely sideways as Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, as you can think. Oh, that's Hayden Eldridge. He's had to run wide then. I'm not too sure what happened between him and possibly Tao Butler. So if Butler tried to send it up the inside of the 51 and went a bit too hot into the corner, not my call on that one, because it's down to race control to make those disciplinarian decisions, let's say. So we have effectively Ethan Simmons running away with this race and at a proverbial canter as he comes through the exit of stadium. Then it's Connor Duncan, who is being chased down by Josh Agenbar, as we've got Hayden Eldridge and Tao Butler at it again. These two won't give up, trying to take a bite out of each other here on the circuit, and right behind is the 41 of Casey Lynch. This time a little bit cleaner as Eldridge keeps the outside run, but Tao Butler sends it up the inside of the 51 yet again. To go through. Hayden Eldridge side by side with Tao Butler. Oh, that was very close indeed for Tao Butler, going down towards Pylon on the back straight. How he managed to catch that little bit of a nerf there from the 42 on the 51. Oh, it's not, that is not on, boys. Not on at all, I'm afraid to say. And that's just from a spectator point of view, because Eldridge was fighting away. Tao Butler was trying to send it up the inside. Butler gave Eldridge a nudge, and it was once bitten, twice shy, I think, for the 42. So that's put Butler a bit more on the back foot there. So the drivers still making their way through, as Connor Duncan is really having to fend off Josh Agenbar for second place on the road. Now, obviously, these results I can't really call at the moment, because we still have an issue with the timing showing as a full start, but there have been contact warnings shown. So I don't know whether there's a problem with the alpha timing side of things, as Connor Duncan gets a bit of a tank slapper heading in towards Pylon, but manages to keep Josh Agenbar at bay for third place. Contact warning for the 41 of Casey Lynch there, and also for Hayden Eldridge. So bit of a standing water puddle that Connor Duncan just went through, going around the outside of stadium ahead of Josh Agenbar. So that could be a very, very interesting place, as the steeplechase puddle gets hit by Tao Butler on the exit of Ridge's elbow there. But he's still keeping the throttle planted. Some further great battles down the order. I think I just saw coming into shot on my screen Ian Alexandru Marginal and probably James Bell in the SFR Heinz Racing number 21. I've been having a good chat with his dad this weekend. And up the inside, I think, went the number 13 of Yihan Kalichan from RHP Racing, as it is all kicking off unceremoniously here. Contact warning still showing for Hayden Eldridge there in the 51. Final lap it is, so the race has gone on, despite the timing issue. So there is some sort of problem here, so I'm trying to call the race as best I can. But it looks like that Ethan Simmons is going to win this by an absolute country mile. I don't think he'll be in Hertfordshire by the end of this race. I think he'll probably be maybe in South Essex with the way he's been running all the way through. So just keeping my eyes as best I can on the screens, and also as there's an absolute swarm being led by the 88 there. That is Joshua Graham. As the checkered flag waves for Ethan Simmons, as Connor Duncan takes second ahead of Josh Agenbar, with Andor Zalonte crossing the line at the same time. Hayden Eldridge takes fourth, Casey Lynch fifth, Tao Butler takes sixth place. Then it's the 88 of Joshua Graham, and I think that was just behind was the 95 of William Murphy. So apologies that we can't give you the full rundown of the finishing order in that race. But Ethan Simmons takes that one by an absolute country mile. So that's the first heat of the Honda Cadets completed. And we'll see them a little bit later on this morning. But next up, it's going to be Junior Rotax. So the timing's reset itself. So Ethan Simmons won by 4.1 seconds from Connor Duncan, who beat Josh Agenbar for second position. Hayden Eldridge beat Casey Lynch and Tao Butler for fourth place, ahead of Joshua Graham, William Murphy, Emily Jackson, and Timur Jungling, making his way all up into 10th position ahead of Wesley Swain. Then it was Timo's brother Ralph in 12th ahead of Joe Cheek, and Tony Witkowski in 14th, with Jarrett Clark rounding out the top 15. Adam Wooden and the brothers Parfit, Anthony and Simon, round out the top 18 ahead of Milo Manderson and Yihan Calijan, who completed the top 20. And rounding out the 24 strong, it was James Bell, Ian Alexandru Mogino, Amin Saran, and Andor Zalontai. Next up, it is Junior Rotax. So we've now got through towards the halfway stage of the first set of heats. So the Junior Rotax, the Rotax Roar comes to fruition once again here at Rye House. It follows me wherever I go in karting circles. Excuse me. I'm trying to do an Anthony Jordan and keep myself hydrated like he was at Spirit of the F100s at Buckmore Park. But luckily enough, Mr. Jordan will be joining me on commentary a bit later on when we get to the business end of the weekend. And I've got about 6 bottles of fluid ready to go at a moment's notice. So, looks like we have a bit of a transponder issue, but I'll keep you posted. Daniel Ginchard will start from pole position. He is last year's 2018 London Cup Honda Cadet champion. He's looking to make it 2 for 2, but in 2 different categories altogether. He's a very quick peddler, is the youngster. I've had the pleasure of commentating on him over the last couple of seasons, as has my good friend from Downforce Radio, Jake Sanson, who's currently at Daytona Motorsport in Milton Keynes before he heads over to the IAMI International Finals at Le Mans next week. So, Dan Ginchard and Alfie Brooks. So, let's see. We've gone lights out for the first time, and I kind of expected that. Alfie Brooks gets a bit swallowed up with the field as we go into the rolling start formation. They've gone through the start, and Ginchard's got the lead. Brooks looks to be in second position, and just behind is the 69 of Louis Weaver. But no, the lead has gone to Brooks. So Ginchard already on the back foot as they come through the outfield hairpin, and it's It's ring poses, a pocket full, roses, a pocket full of poses between the top two as Brooks. Oh, that was a bit of an aggressive launch off of the curves going into pylon for the 57 who leads, and it's nearly 3 abreast. Looks like Finley Dunn could be in the mix a little bit further down towards the bottom part of the top 10. But at the moment, it is Brooks, Ginchard. Then it is the 16 of Ronnie Mansfield up to 3rd place already. Louis Weaver, Scott Sumpton, Finley Dunn, Kyle Dunford, Ryan Margolis, Ben Ballou, James Otto rounding out the top 10. Chloe Kunyasik having a better turn this time around. She's up into 14th from last on the grid, having had, and someone's bumper's gone flying, and that is the 95. Ryan Margolis has had a front bumper literally ejected off the front of the kart, and that is going to compromise him severely. They might pull him in for a mechanical on that one. I'm not too sure, but we'll wait to find out. As Ginchard, I spoke with Dan yesterday, and he said, well, we normally run with the W2s in Europe, and we run with the Mojo W3s, as there's a bit of a bump from Ronnie Mansfield off of the curbs there, I think, going through paddock. So these drivers really have to be very, very careful, as Brooks nearly goes sideways through the first part of stadium. Excuse me, 6 minutes and 15, plus an additional lap in this first very highly charged junior Rotax heat of the 2019 London Cup. Ginchard goes for the lead on Brooks, takes it, and Brooks just went, you know what, Sunshine, you ain't having that one. He gets straight past, puts the power down, points it straight and true, and now Mansfield is putting Ginchard under pressure for 2nd position. So a bit more tentative between the top 3 of going into towards the curbs at the first approach on pylon, as Ginchard goes a bit sideways, as does Brooks, coming through either through the mid part or the end part of the S's as they go through paddock. Brooks has got a good 6 kart length lead, and it's now makes it to the tune of about just over 4.5 tenths of a second. Ronnie Mansfield in 3rd, Finley Dunn in 4th, Scott Sumpton and Kyle Dunford have both got past Louis Weaver, as the number 95 of Ryan Margolis has been given the mechanical flag. So the meatball flag, as it's more commonly known in slang terms here in motorsport, the mechanical black flag with the orange circle in it. But Brooks still keeping a hold of first as Ginchard opens up the air flap on the Rotax engine, just to give it a bit more breathing delivery. These engines are 125 cc's in displacement. As, oh, that was close. Who was that going side by side between the S's? That was very close indeed, as Brooks now has the lead, as Ginchard's just set the fastest lap of the race of 46.399. Brooks improves, but keeps the distance between himself and the 54 of Dan Ginchard to just over 4 tenths of a second. Ronnie Mansfield is about 7 tenths adrift. Finley Dunn is a further whopping 2.4 seconds behind this battle, and has Scott Sumpton around about 2.5 tenths behind, as Ginchard gets a tighter line, gets the power down early, coming out of the outfield hairpin. And he was on the ragged edge in qualifying, as he takes a bit more curve, as does Ronnie Mansfield on the exit of pylon, as do Finley Dunn and Scott Sumpton. They might have been the ones that were side by side, 2 by 2 through the S's, and both made it through. So the gap now is down to 3 tenths as Ginchard goes at 0.13 of a second quicker than Alfie Brooks on that last lap. We're now on to lap number 6 of this very exciting first junior Rotax heat of the weekend. We're over the half-time race distance in terms of the timer clicking down to 0, as Brooks is being pressurised by Ginchard. Ginchard not that far away now as they head down towards pylon. The back end trying to step out to the left-hand side in the back of the 54 as he goes into the braking zone, as Finley Dunn wallops the curbs and nearly gets hit from behind by Scott Sumpton in the battle for 4th place. But Ginchard really in the tow as Brooks just powers away on the Ralf Schumacher chassis, the number 57. Gap now just under 4 tenths. So Brooks slightly quicker than Ginchard on that particular occasion by nearly 1/10 of a second. So at the moment, it is Brooks, Ginchard, Mansfield, Dunn, Sumpton, Dunford, Weaver, Ballou, Brand, May, Stevenson, Ivaskevicius, Humphreys, Kunyasik, Otto, Woodward, Evans and Margolis having to have parked it. So it looks like we've got 2 retirees. Bryn Evans might have been the other one that was involved, as Finley Dunn goes very, very wide coming out of the outfield hairpin. That allowed Scott Sumpton from Ambition Motorsport to get the traction down and get the well, I wouldn't call it a push to pass. It was basically a pull to pass because the tyres dragged him along, didn't they? But Alfie Brooks goes and sets the fastest lap of the race at 46.361, and that is just over 300ths quicker on Dan Ginchard's fastest lap, as Ginchard now slots back into second. And there's a bit of breathing space between the top two who have been battling away for the majority of this race. So we come into the last quarter of it, 2 minutes and 10 plus an additional lap to go. The gap between Dan Ginchard and Ronnie Mansfield, who's currently sitting in third position, is just over 2.4 seconds thus far. As James Otto in the 49 gets past Chloe Kunyasik for 14th position. Chloe running in the 104 this weekend. As the leaders now come to cross the start-finish line to start lap number 9 of this race. And Ginchard, I think, is just deciding, I might want to be consistent this weekend. Today's going to be a big day because I want to go for that London Cup title in 2019, but I want to keep myself out of trouble. I think he's probably just saving a bit of energy. And sometimes consistency is always key to a one-off event, also to a championship as well. So effectively, this is a championship rolled up. Well, it's a major sporting karting event, you know, that's been running for multiple decades. So Alfie Brooks continues his way of leading this race, and it was just over 9/10. It could be closer to a second or just above that as the leaders now come through paddock. Brooks crosses the line now as there's a great battle between, that is the 73 of Ben Ballou in 9th, and Jack Brand, who had a bit of a disaster in qualifying yesterday, had a bit of a spin out, which put him on the back foot, but he's trying to battle away from the 73. Gap between first and second is now nearly 1.3 seconds between Alfie Brooks in the 57 and Dan Ginchard in the 54, as that was very, very wide from Ben Ballou, trying to keep it on the limit of adhesion through stadium. Keeps ahead of Jack Brand in the 22, as that's a very quick swipe across into towards the inside line for the infield hairpin for Ben Ballou. Ahead of Jack Brand, but made sure he had enough room to comfortably do so without incurring the wrath of the race control. As we cross the line, the two leaders do, about 1.3 seconds adrift, with around 10 seconds on the clock, so it'll be this plus an additional lap for the junior Rotax drivers here at Rye House Kart Raceway for the 2019 London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. As Brand is not letting Ballou out of his sight. And yes, that is the 73's real name, real surname, Ben Ballou. Running, looks to be on the Cosmic chassis there. So the timer has expired, as that's very sideways for Ben Ballou, as Jack Brand right on the back bumper of the 73 through the infield hairpin. Meanwhile, the leaders, excuse me, go on to the final lap of this race, and Alfie Brooks sets the timesheets purple once again, a 46.013 from the 57 on the Ralf Schumacher chassis, comfortably ahead by 2 seconds from Daniel Ginchard as they come through to the infield hairpin for the final time of this race. As Jack Brand finally gets past Ben Ballou for 9th position. Nice work from the 22 to keep sticking at it. And Lukas Ivashkevicius, the guy that went complete Tokyo Drift yesterday through paddock in the 71, sets his personal best, as does Poppy Stevenson in 12th. Ellis Humphreys in 13th also does the same. But the leaders come around the final corner, and to take the first junior Rotax heat win at the London Cup is Alfie Brooks, just ahead of Daniel Ginchard by 2.415 seconds. Ronnie Mansfield rounds out the top 3 ahead of Scott Sumpton, and looks like there's a last lap overtake there, or is it? That's very close indeed. That is through Poppy Stevenson and Lukas Ivashkevicius. Ivashkevicius has got the advantage and will cross the line in front of the number 11 for 11th position. So Alfie Brooks takes the win by 2.415 seconds ahead of Daniel Ginchard in the 54. Ronnie Mansfield takes 3rd place. So rounding out the order, it's Scott Sumpton, Finley Dunn, Kyle Dunford, Louis Weaver, Caitlin May, Jack Brand, Ben Ballou, who rounds out the top 10, Lukas Ivashkevicius, Poppy Stevenson, Ellis Humphreys, James Otto, Chloe Kunyasik, Luke Woodward, all making it to the end of the race, with Bryn Evans retiring on lap 4 and Ryan Margolis having to park it with a forlorn front bumper, spiralling its way off the front of his kart on lap number 3. Right, so this time it's senior Rotax, and it's the first of 2 groups. Groups 1 now out on circuit here at the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screwed Force Limited, who have kindly sponsored our live streaming throughout the day here in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire for our friends at Alpha Live. Live streaming experts covering motorsport and so much more. Please don't forget to head to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and like, share and subscribe. Why not head to one of the dedicated cross-posting streams? So we've probably got Downforce Radio, Karting Magazine, amongst others, as well as the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So we have 15 drivers to get themselves going in this race, and it's Ferguson, Haralambous, Berry, Whitehead, Starrar, Keith, Thompson, Cater, Gumbrell and Newman. That's the top 10. We go lights out in the first of two senior Rotax encounters again, 125 cc's, and it's nearly 4 abreast coming through the Exeter Stadium. This is going to get very hairy very quickly, as we're only 10 seconds in, and it looks like in the lead it is Liam Ferguson leading from Alfie Haralambous. Then it's the 57 of Sean Berry, George Whitbread, Thomas Storrar. They ran out the top 5 as it's getting a bit calamitous at the back part of the field thus far, as Haralambous gets snatched past by Sean Berry for 2nd position. So the 11 already on the back foot down into 3rd place as they head into pylon, pretty much for the first time of asking here. So some drivers going 2 by 2 through the exit off of pylon and going through the complex, then into the S's, as Liam Ferguson gets a bit of a tank slapper, a little bit of sideways action as he goes, puts the power down to soar through stadium. As we are now on to lap 2, Ferguson setting the pace as everyone does a personal best thus far. Sean Berry's about 4.5 tenths of a second adrift of the 65. Alfie Haralambous closely in the ringside seat in 3rd, ahead of Thomas Storrar and George Whitbread, who are battling away over 4th and 5th position. And their interlocking wheels are those two. Oh my goodness me. Anyone got a defibrillator on standby? I might need one later, or I might need a dark room to just lie down in if there's been too much of an exciting race and my blood pressure goes through the roof. But that was pretty close between Storrar and Whitbread in terms of the position, and going sideways was the 57 there, I think, of Sean Berry, I believe. So drivers come across the start-finish line. So Ferguson leads, but only by 2 tenths, as Sean Berry really closing on the back bumper of the 65 for the lead of this first of 2. Initial heats for the senior Rotax contingent here. So Liam Ferguson leads, Sean Berry, Alfie Haralambous, Thomas Storrar, a bit more momentum in terms of battling, and one of which is being led by the 24 of Chris Calava, currently running in around about 10th place, and he's having to fend off the 37 of Sam Gumbrell. Well, Gumbrell was on the outside, Calava on the inside, coming through the infield hairpin. So we go back to, on the stream, the nice shot we've got through as the drivers come through and swoop their way to the right in terms of where they are on the circuit, but probably to your left on the screen as you're watching it on home. So there's been a few changes. Pete Newman drops all the way down to 12th position. Lewis Beret is just behind in the number 58 in 13th. Well, actually about 2 seconds adrift. But the battles rage on regardless, as the leading trio, and it's about, oh, that's a great move from Sean Berry just to retake the lead off of Liam Ferguson. Ferguson just started slipping coming out of the outfield hairpin, and Sean Berry just nailed the throttle straight and true and slungshot past the 65. Alfie Haralambous just sitting there waiting and biding his time in third place as the leaders come across to complete lap number 4. We're on to lap number 5 here. 4 minutes and 52 plus an additional lap left to go. Thomas Storrell loses out to George Whitbread. Tom Thompson in 7th in the 32 does a personal best. Jack Richards stays ahead of now Chris Calava, who drops into running at the top 10. And Alfie Haralambous, as he got second. Oh no, he tried to go up the inside of Liam Ferguson on the infield hairpin. And he effectively went, well, I'm going to try and go for it. And Liam Ferguson just went, no, that's it. Doors shut firmly in your general direction, my good man. But Haralambous not giving up yet. Looks to be running on the Xenon chassis, judging by the livery on his kart, I think. So, Berry continues to lead and sets the fastest lap of the race thus far, 45.704. And he's over 8.5 tenths of a second ahead of Liam Ferguson, who is being chased down by Alfie Haralambous. The gap was about 4 tenths between them. It's about 3 to 4 kart lengths, but Haralambous really deep in the braking zone there on the infield hairpin. So the number 11 really going at it as the that's brilliant work there. Well, Hayden Cater on the Ralph Schumacher chassis in the number 4 is absolutely having a squabble, probably between himself and Thomas Storrell, which will be for effectively 5th position on the road. So I'm just going to keep an eye out on that. A little bit further down the order, the numbers 19, 24 and 61. That is Chris Calava, Will Keith and Pete Newman. Hayden Casey gets a contact warning just there. So at the minute, Liam Ferguson has gone and set his best effort of the race so far, 45.736. Slightly quicker than Sean Berry, so the gap is now coming down slightly. Well, I don't think it's coming down slightly. I think it's been truncated by an absolute milestone. But Berry just gets the power down coming out of the infield hairpin, takes a wider line. Ferguson goes to the inside. Haralambous a little bit further wider out as it's complete sideways from George Whitbread there in 4th position. Nicely held, controlled slide coming out. They do say that sometimes, well, back in the old days in racing, it used to be a case of, well, sideways is always the quickest way of going around a course. Well, nowadays it's all about keeping it in a straight line. But it's not really over yet for the likes of Pete Newman. He's trying to get past Chris Calava. Oh, that was close going through the S's, wasn't it? 2 minutes 30 plus an additional lap. That's an absolutely great scrap between Chris Calava and Pete Newman there. That's 24 and 61. But the gap now between Sean Berry and Liam Ferguson is just under half a second. Alfie Haralambous about a second adrift at the minute. So George Whitbread having to wait and see if Hayden Cater can catch him up, as there's more toing and froing. Someone's gone off of the infield hairpin. That is Chris Calava. So Calava drops outside of the top 10 now. So that would have allowed the likes of Newman and Keith in the 61, as that's absolutely completely sideways for Joe Havisham. Oh, that was close indeed, but he managed to keep it in front of Louis Beret. In the 58 there, coming through the outfield hairpin onto the back straight. These drivers are really having to work this weekend, aren't they? Just over 90 seconds plus an additional lap remaining in this first of 2 initial senior Rotax heats. So Calava drops down to 14th on the road, and that is just behind Louis Beret as Calava tries to send it up the inside, going through Reg's elbow, won't make the move. Tries to go a bit deeper into the braking, but it caught him out last time around and it dropped him outside of the top 10. He's got to be a bit careful now as Sean Berry is no longer leading. Liam Ferguson has gone and taken the lead of this race with just over a minute to go, plus an additional lap. 45.588 was the lap time from Liam Ferguson that time around. So, been very interesting thus far. Drivers that have set personal best, Hayden Cater, Thomas Storrell, who have been battling over 5th place, but Cater closing on Whitbread for 4th position at the minute with 40 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap. So again, Chris Calava still trying to keep in proximity with Louis Beret, but Beret not really having any of it at the moment. Just ahead of them looks to be Joe Havisham in the number 2. So hopefully Joe's curtailed his sideways drift action through the outfield hairpin onto the back straight. So we come into the last few seconds of this race, and Liam Ferguson at the moment still leading. Oh, that was a bit untidy there for Tamsin Owen, unfortunately. She, a little shrug of the shoulders there as she comes through the infield hairpin. As the timer now expires, that's it. The 8 minutes are up. So very shortly when we have... so the leaders now will be coming through pylon. And there is the 65 of Liam Ferguson. So he's now going to come through paddock very shortly as he's having to negotiate past Tamsin Owen in the 63 and blast past her. So final lap board it is for Liam Ferguson. Now on to the 11th and final lap of this race. He's 1.1 seconds behind. Well, Sean Berry is 1.1 seconds behind, but Alfie Haralambous on the penultimate lap of the race sets a personal best of a 45.857. George Whitbread in fourth. Hayden Cater still rounds out the top five ahead of Thomas Storer. Sam Gumbrell, Tom Thompson, Jack Newman and Jack Richards and Pete Newman. That rounds out the top 10. As it's getting very dicey at the front. Someone going very sideways. That was Tamsin Owen. She's got to really just... she's not having... Oh, she spins in front of Alfie Haralambous. But Haralambous was wise to the inside line very quickly and very expediently there as the top three now make their way through as Liam Ferguson takes the first preliminary senior Rotax win of the day here at the 2019 Rye House London Cup. Sean Berry takes second, 1.7 seconds behind the number 65, who took the lead with about 2 to 3 laps to go. Alfie Haralambous and number 11 negotiated his way past the spinning Tamsin Owen, who finishes a lap off the leaders. In third place, George Whitbread and Hayden Cater round out the top five. Thomas Storer, Sam Gumbrell, Tom Thompson, Jack Richards and Pete Newman round out the top 10 ahead of Will Keith. Joe Havisham takes 12th ahead of the very, very determined Chris Calava, who finally got past Lewis Beret for 13th, with Tamsin Owen rounding out the 15 strong that finished in Group 1 for the first heat for Senior Rotax at the 2019 London Cup. Right, from one senior Rotax race, we go to another. It's Group 2 this time for the first of their preliminary heats. 3 in total this weekend. And as per the Bambino Comers, the senior Rotax will be having a B final a bit later on. So, the grid is as follows. Mike Spencer and Aaron Drury, that is the front row. Harvey Hollick, the 2019 Rye House IKR Senior Rotax champion, lines up on P3 alongside George Sanders. Then it's Philip Rawson, Riley Stevenson, Simon Keeble, Tom Richards, Tom Sullivan, with Kieran McCarney rounding out the top 10 in the 53. Then it's Dean Wallace, Tonino Machichi, Luke Collins, Mark Knowles, Lawrence Sverdloff, and Miles Nathaniel James. So 8 rows, 16 drivers, with Spencer and Drury both on matching chassis thereof in the bright red and white coloured Ralf Schumacher chassis. So we go get ready to go racing for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Let's see if these guys can keep the start clean and simple here as the Rotax engines roar into life. We go green, and could Spencer keep the lead going into stadium for the first time? Drury tries to get the cut back, can't make it through as it's three abreast, and there's contact a little bit further down the field, and the one spinning, that is Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan spat out to the back part of the field. He's got a lot of work to do from stone dead last. That's 16th. So he started on the outside of row number 5. He's now down into 16th and dead last. So still plenty of this race left to go, so expect the unexpected in terms of Tom Sullivan trying to make his way through the field. He's a Rye House IKR senior Rotax champion, actually the inaugural champion when Rye House started running their own championship under IKR rules back in 2017. But Mike Spencer, quicker than he was in qualifying yesterday. He's done a 46.057, and he's got a gap of just over 3/10 between himself and Aaron Drury in the 97 thus far. George Sanders, Philip Rawson, and Riley Stevenson in the 29 and the 87 respectively ran out the top 5 as Drury gets very close to the back bumper of the 48 of Spencer, going through into the infield hairpin as the pair scrabble for traction, coming through onto the back straight, heading into pylon on what is now lap 2 of this senior Rotax Group 2 first heat. Everyone with their rain suits on. It is still quite wet out there on the circuit, and there are still standing water puddles. But Spencer really has got a motor on, and he's keeping his head down. He's trying to keep Aaron Drury at bay, and goes even quicker. He goes sub 46. That's an impressive lap. 45.792 from the 48. Very, very experienced as Mike Spencer. Knows this track very, very well indeed, and is putting in the pace to show it as Drury goes a bit wide. That could open the door for George Sanders, who's got the ringside seat in the 51 in third place. But Drury shuts the door quite firmly, going through the infield hairpin as the top 3 power their way down towards pylon. Philip Rawson languishing a bit further back, around about 1.9 seconds adrift as Drury getting a motor on now. He's closing on Mike Spencer for the lead as he's going to be line astern. He's going to get the toe heading to Stadium. Spencer takes the quickest of glances over his right shoulder, but manages to keep it going through Stadium. Drury does not have an answer for him just yet. Just over 5.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this race. And it is definitely game on at the front of the field. Oh, Drury catches a bit of standing water going through the puddle off of the exit of Reg's elbow there. But Spencer now has a little bit of breathing space, but not much at all as the pair come through. George Sanders is really just thinking, I'm going to keep my ringside seat very nice and warm here. Thank you very much in third position. And he was actually the second quickest out of the top 3. Quickest of all was the man in second, Aaron Drury, who was just 86 hundredths slower, or behind, Mike Spencer, as the leaders go to start lap number 5. Mike Spencer again picks up the pace. George Sanders takes the second fastest time as Miles Nathaniel James in 12th position gets a contact warning there from race control. Tom Sullivan in the meantime is recovered up to 13th as Drury is at the back bumper of Spencer, nibbling at it like a little Yorkshire Terrier trying to get a treat. But it's not quite working out yet for the 97. He's got a lot of work to do as they fast approach halfway through the 8 minutes, plus an additional lap race here at the moment as Drury really closes up to Spencer in the braking zone through pylon. Through the S's they go as they scrabble their way through the S's into paddock. And it's about a kart length thereof between first and second, 0.13 of a second between the two, and that is the 28 of Dean Wallace. Now, where is Dean at the moment? Yellow flags off of, that is the outfield hairpin, I believe. Yep, he's on the outside of that. He's on the grass. So Dean Wallace, unfortunately, will get the lowest amount of points in this race in comparison with the other competition, drivers in the competition. That promotes Miles Nathaniel James into 10th place as Mike Spencer is just really, really doing a fantastic job at the front of the field, just controlling proceedings and not allowing Aaron Drury in the 97 an opportunity to get past. So leaders come now towards the start-finish line, which Spencer crosses first again and extends the gap. He puts in a 46.043 on that particular occasion, just over a 10th quicker than Aaron Drury, who is closing up in the braking zones, but I don't think has the measure quite yet, as Spencer's having to negotiate the traffic. Who's in front of them at the moment? That is the number 8 of Mark Knowles, who is just been passed and lapped by the top 3. Harvey Hollick The 2019 Rye House IKR Senior Rotax champion is now up into 6th, having got past Simon Keeble for position. So, still line astern between Spencer and Drury in the lead of this race, with Sanders just having a little bit of a look, seeing what's happening in front, as Drury just willing his car to push ever closer to the back bumper of Mike Spencer, but it's not happening for the 97. It's quite close between the pair. You can't really put an A4 sheet of paper between them, to be completely honest, but Spencer just still has the measure at the moment as we fast approach the last quarter of this race. But in the meantime, George Sanders has closed the gap. He was actually quickest, and he was over 0.3 of a second quicker. Oh no! Sanders has gone off! Sanders has gone off, hasn't he? He has, but he's recovered. I don't know if he's... Has he kept 3rd place? If he has, that was a bit of a stroke of luck there for the 51. As the leaders come through pylon. Now, who is in 3rd? No, Sanders. He was walking on a tightrope, span out off of the outfield hairpin, and then all of a sudden recovered and came just in front of Philip Rawson, who was closing up on him. As the 2 leaders still battling it out through the exit on Stadium. Drury seems to be a little bit more measured now. However, Spencer has had his number pretty much since the word lights out. As Drury gets a little bit sloppy through that corner there, through the infield hairpin, trying to nail the apex or trying to nail the actual best racing line for him to power out of the corner correctly. So Spencer still doing a great job at the front of the field. Luke Collins and Lawrence Sverdlov in 12th and 13th respectively keep doing personal best as Mark Knowles climbs up to 14th position. Tom Sullivan in the meantime has regained 10th position ahead of Tonino Machichi in the 26 as we go into around about the last 60 seconds plus an additional lap of this race, which will be the conclusion of the first set of heats for the Senior Rotax. Nice catch by our camera crew there, seeing both Mike Spencer. Aaron Drury was even closer that time. So I think he's been biding his time there. Tom Sullivan now up into 8th, past Kieran McCarney this time. As Drury really getting, I don't think frustrated. I think he's just getting desperate right now because he's gone a bit wide. And that's allowed Spencer to pull away through pylon. Into the S as they go. Round the right-hander at Paddock. That's the final corner on the circuit here as Spencer just powers away from Drury as they cross the line with around 19 seconds remaining. Spencer just really hanging on here. Drury needs, if he needs to do something, it's going to be on this lap or on the last lap. This is the penultimate lap as the timer will count down and will expire as they go out of the outfield hairpin. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's expired. Drury nearly had Spencer up the outside approach towards the outfield hairpin, but Spencer powering down towards pylon this time around. And next time he'll see the sign that he wants to see on the digital flag on the gantry, which will be final lap. But Drury, if he wants to win, he's got to go for it now. He's got to try and attack out of Paddock, get the toe, head down to Stadium, head down and fully committed. But Spencer still has it. He has one hand on the victory thus far, but Drury really closes up. He's again on the back bumper. Coming out of the exit of Stadium is Aaron Drury as George Sanders sets a personal best. He's about 4.4 seconds away from this battle, but Spencer is absolutely hanging on by a lifeline. Drury just needs to put it. He sends it up the inside of Mike Spencer and goes drifting out of the outfield hairpin. Spencer plants the throttle and immediately gets the pickup on the rubber, and all of a sudden it powers him past the 97. So that was a dramatic finish. It could have been that Aaron Drury could have nipped it at the flag or could have got there before pylon, but Mike Spencer, by a couple of car lengths, wins the second heat in Senior Rotax. So Group 1, or Group 2, Heat 1, Mike Spencer takes the win by 0.37 of a second ahead of George Sanders. Philip Rawson takes 4th, so Sanders very lucky to hang on to 3rd on that particular occasion in that race. Riley Stevenson takes 5th, Simon Keeble takes 6th. Tom Sullivan gets all the way back from stone dead last up to 7th at the flag ahead of Kieran McCarney. as looks like we've had a couple of someone drop down the order. That looks to be Harvey Hollick, who had a disastrous last lap at 1 minute 10, which put him down in effectively 12th position. So Tom Sullivan 7th, Kieran McCarney in P8 ahead of Niles Nathaniel James and Lawrence Sverdlov in the number 13. Wasn't lucky for him in qualifying yesterday, unfortunately, as he ends up 10th. So Harvey Hollick finishes 12th ahead of behind Tonino Machichi. Luke Collins in 13th, Mark Knowles in 14th with Tom Richards finishing on lap number 7 and Dean Wallace retiring on lap number 5. Next up, it's going to be our last of the first set of preliminary heats, Rotax 177. Well, I hope everyone's liking the, for those watching on the streams at home, thank you very much for wherever you are in the world for tuning in to us here on the dedicated Alpha Live YouTube channel. I think, if memory serves me correct, let me do a bit of searching here, shall I? So there's quite a few. We're getting some very nice comments on Facebook as well from the likes of, I think it's Alfie Cockrell, Harvey Hollick, Wayne Edwards, quite a few other things as well. So I would imagine that we'll probably be on, let's just have a look here. Just going to do a little bit of a search on Facebook before we get underway with our first of 3 preliminary heats for the 177 Rotax. So we might be cross-posting somewhere, not too sure. We could be on Downforce Radio, we could be on Karting Magazine, but we are definitely on Alpha Live. That much is very much assured from my perspective. So please don't forget, hit us up on the YouTube channel on Alpha Live. We will be more than happy to give people shout-outs and things of that ilk. Obviously, please keep the comments clean. This is a family-friendly show here. Well, you might as well head to the dedicated Alpha Live YouTube channel, hit the share button, like and subscribe. So, excuse me, got a frog in the throat there, as I've just been speaking to our director. So, Oliver Smith and Nathan Chafer will line up on row 1, with Smith on pole in the 33. Two-time Rye House IKR 177 Rotax champion from Kart Tech in the number 53, Alfie Cockrell, will line up on the inside of row number 2 on P3. Alongside will be the 22 of Ben Cowley. Adam Sadler from ASR Racing makes a welcome return to the saddle. He's in the thick of it. He's starting on P5 ahead of Andrea DeLuca with Charlie Wally, James Webb, Nick Skelton, Scott Klee, Joe Hunt, Jim Rainberg, Hugo Pereira, Max Williams, Aaron Timberlake, Sylvanus Klimas, Richard Allison, John Soule, Tim Darlow, Damien Evans, and Andrew Wilkins. 21 drivers set to take part in this first of 3 preliminary 177 Rotax heats. So without further ado, let's get the heavy hitters roaring around the circuit with Rotax power, shall we? So let's see what happens. All of the engines roar into life. We go green light on the start-finish straight into turn 1 for the very first time. Let's see who gets through. Oh, absolutely brilliant move from Alfie Cockrell to try and get the lead, but there has been absolute mayhem. 33's out. Oliver Smith, front row runner, out of the race on turn 1 already. As it's all kicking off all the way up and down the field. We're going 3 abreast, maybe even make that 4 abreast coming out of the outfield hairpin. Let's just have a look at a replay here. Well, let's just see what, well, a bit of a replay there from earlier on. However, not a problem at all. You're doing a great job. Thank you. 7 minutes and 27 seconds still to go, but Oliver Smith out of the running of this race in just the first lap alone. And there is an absolute train of 177 Rotax being led by the 22. That's Ben Cowley. And in all of this, Alfie Cockrell sitting in 3rd place behind Nathan Chafer as the field makes its way through stadium. Some taking a tighter line, some going a bit more sideways and aggressive. And I'm just keeping an eye a little bit further down the field. I can see Hugo Pereira coming through stadium now as the leaders go through the infield hairpin. And it is absolutely kicking off with fire and brimstone here. So I think, I think I just saw the aftermath of the replay, thanks to our director, that it's a real shame of Oliver Smith. So let's have a look at the replay, shall we? Absolutely flies in. Now, I don't know if he might have been caught aside because I saw Alfie Cockrell coming through the Exeter Stadium in the lead. So whether there was the slightest nudge, and that's put him splashing into muddy puddles when he didn't want to be. 6 minutes 25, plus an additional lap left to go. Ben Cowley setting the pace and leading. Jim Rainburn in the 25 has just had a contact warning. Max Williams up to 12th. Hugo Pereira up to 15th. So Andrea De Luca drops to 8th place now. So there's still quite a lot of this race still to be decided. And if you're going to ask me, who do you predict to win the race? I have absolutely no idea. Unpredictability is a word for Rotax 177 as Andrea De Luca is closing on Jim Rainbird for position. There's Alfie Cockrell leading Adam Sadler, who's up into 4th place. James Webb, Nick Skelton, Jim Rainbird, sorry, can't get my words out right there. Andrea De Luca, Scott Clee, Tim Darlow rounds out the top 10. They're separated by about 3.9 seconds as Alfie Cockrell now gets past. No, there's a big drop for Nathan Chafer, who dropped from 2nd to 5th on that lap. So Alfie Cockrell now has Ben Cowley in the 22, clearly in the crosshairs. So Cockrell a bit disappointed that he didn't get pole yesterday. However, it's times for show, points are to go, and the points that he can accumulate towards the final a little bit later on, they will close out the action. They will be the second A final, well, third A final this weekend here at the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited, who have kindly sponsored our live coverage thanks to streaming experts Alpha Live. So 5 minutes 8 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. Cowley still leads. Cockrell just under half a second adrift and goes purple. 46.106 from the 53. So that's a great job from him so far. Adam Sadler, Nathan Chafer, James Webb, Nick Skelton, Jim Rainbird complete the top 7. So it is all a case of guessing what is going to happen throughout the duration of this race. My guess is as good as anybody's. I'm trying to adjust my position here in the commentary box because obviously we're broadcasting not just on the live stream but also on the PA, and obviously having the glass nearer to me is actually helping. So I'm having to angle things here. Bit difficult when you're trying to juggle multiple screens, plus also look at social media feeds. So Ben Cowley continues to lead by about just over 0.4 of a second from Alfie Cockrell. Adam Sadler sticks in 3rd position at the moment. Nathan Chafer in 4th. James Webb in 5th. Nick Skelton 6th. Andrea De Luca in 7th. Jim Rainbird, Scott Clee, Tim Darlow. Hugo Pereira is still sitting in 15th. I would normally, I mean, he's a pretty good peddler, is Hugo. Known him for quite a long time now, and he's a good lad. Good lad is Hugo. But I know for a fact, he said it's difficult out in the rain, isn't it? And I said, well, I was really tempted to say to him, well, you are from Portugal. You experience a different climate over there, but I know that you live in the UK most of the time. So let's agree to disagree, shall we? So 3 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap, and Cowley still leading, Cockrell in 2nd, Sadler still in 3rd. The top 3 separated by 1.1 seconds as they continue on their merry way around the 950-metre circuit here at Rye House Kart Raceway. So a bit of a disaster, unfortunately, for Oliver Smith, who's already on the back foot. But thank you to our director for providing that replay of just what happened. We caught the tail end of it, but that was about it. And it just gave me a bit of an idea of that it might have just been push comes to shove. And they do say that karting is a non-contact sport. So leaders will now come across the line very shortly. Cockrell looks a bit closer now, I think, and he is. And he's got the gap to less than 2/10. Nathan Chafer sets a purple lap, so that's fastest lap of the race. Cockrell trying to swarm all over the back bumper of Ben Cowley for the win in this first of 3 preliminary heats for the 177 Rotax. So it's going to be very interesting to see Sylvanus Klimas and Andrew Wilkins get past Richard Allison. Oliver Smith gets past Damien Evans for 19th position as the lead is being fought well and truly, nearly interlocking wheels. Oh, this is great stuff from Cowley and Cockrell. Great spatial awareness. They're giving enough spatial room, that's enough racing room that is, as Cockrell right on the back bumper of Cowley coming into paddock, and it is a kart length between them as they cross the start-finish line. Third and fourth, that's Sadler and Schaefer still battling away, as Cockrell really getting deep into the braking zone into stadium, as Sadler really holding on to third position at the minute in the 67 from ASR, as Cockrell really, as I can just see that Ben Cowley a little bit unsettled in the braking zone, and that's allowing Cockrell to hustle his way towards the outside line, towards the outfield hairpin. Now he's going to try for the cutback, and he gets the lead. Great move from Alfie Cockrell. But is it over? No, it isn't. That was close between him and Cowley. Oh, my goodness me. Hearts in the mouth moment at that time. But Cockrell takes the lead with around 1 minute and 15 to go from Ben Cowley. Coming out of the outfield hairpin, he just had to measure it perfectly, and he did. It could have ended very ugly at that particular point, but good that both Cockrell and Cowley made sure they had enough room to power out of the outfield hairpin and not concertina and clatter into any of the barriers. So with 50 seconds remaining, it is now that Alfie Cockrell in the 53, run by Kart Tech, run by Gary Parsons, who's here at the circuit this weekend as well. They also run Harvey Hollick Senior Rotax and a few others, which probably will include the likes of John Sol, amongst others, I think, if memory serves me correctly. 28 seconds on the clock remaining. Still to go in this last of the first set of preliminary heats, 3 in total per class. And Cockrell is just now starting to pull away. Now he's in his element. He wants to be at the front of the field and leading, and puts in a 46.0. He's now extending the gap to 0.664 seconds between himself and Ben Cowley for the lead of this race. Nathan Schaefer is a further 8 or so tenths of a second adrift. Having place. Because now, this time around, as he comes round paddock, this time he gets the final lap board. So final lap board it is for Alfie Cockrell. Ben Cowley, 1.4 seconds adrift. Nathan Schaefer, however, has closed up for second and did a 46.021. He was over nearly 4 tenths quicker than Ben Cowley. So Cowley, if he's not careful, could miss out on what is effectively second position. Adam Sadler rounding out the top 4. James Webb in 5th. Nick Skelton, Andrea De Luca, Jim Rainbird, Scott Clee, and Tim Darlow. Oliver Smith gets past Silvanas Klimas for 16th. And all this could happen. Oh, it's getting very elbows out there, isn't it, boys? Calm down, please. As Nathan Schaefer tried to go up the inside of Ben Cowley. I knew it might happen. So Ben Cowley really on the... is really definitely menacing. But Alfie Cockrell takes the checkered flag by an absolute huge margin there. And it ends up being 2.5 seconds from Ben Cowley, who fends off Nathan Schaefer to the line by just over 0.3 of a second. Adam Sadler takes 4th in the first heat of the weekend, with James Webb in 5th. Nick Skelton in the 127, Andrea De Luca in the 8, Jim Rainbird in the 25, Scott Clee in the 9, Scott Clee in the 16, and Tim Darlow in the number 18 round out the top 10. Completing the running order, obviously, we had Richard Allison finishing a lap down. Well, he's going to finish very shortly. Charlie Whaley, unfortunately, ended up retiring on lap number 6. But from Darlow downwards, it was Joe Hunt in the 66, Max Williams in the 227, Hugo Pereira in the 01, Aaron Timberlake, John Sol, Oliver Smith, Silvanas Klimas, Andrew Wilkins, Richard Allison, and Damien Evans, rounding out the 20 that finished the race. Oh, hang on a second. For those at home, here's a replay of the start here. So let's see what happens. This might give us an indication of what happened earlier on. So they're slowing it down for us here. That's greatly appreciated. So you can just see that Oliver Smith is on the outside. There's a little bit of contact there, and it sends him spinning. That's why he span out. So what Ben Cowley was doing was trying to protect the lead, and Smith went, I've got a chance. I can see a bit of daylight. And he went for it. Smith went, he might have been completely unsighted by my reckoning. But Oliver Smith recovered to finish in 16th. But that was a disaster for the 33 who started on the front row And yeah, that was a real shame for him. So Oliver Smith on the back foot already after heat number 1, but still managed to recirculate, get back out on circuit, and finish in 16th at the end of it, having started on P2 on the front row. Right, so that's the conclusion of the first set of 3 preliminary heats. We now go into Heat 2, and first up it's the Group 1s for the Bambino Comers, our youngest competitors here at Rye House. Oh, did I forget? We've got some very, very welcome guests here in the form of 360 Performance, based out of Milton Keynes, who specialise in any type of budget-orientated simulator training. Obviously, a lot of people think that sim racing and esports aren't the proper thing. I mean, I know that Anthony Jordan, who'll be joining me on commentary, is very much an advocate because he spends a lot of time at Simply Race, also based in Milton Keynes. But 360 Performance, one of the burgeoning companies that are coming to the fore, that are helping drivers prepare for tracks when they don't have the opportunity of, testing is a far gone cry from what it used to be back in the 90s in Formula One, where you'd have one test driver and they would spend thousands and thousands of laps getting the new parts developed, getting the upgrades ready, giving the feedback to the teams. But now it's all on simulators, which is why you have the likes of Mercedes, AMG Petronas Motorsport, McLaren, and so many others that have simulators. And they won't just have their normal drivers getting behind the wheel, they'll also have a barrage of test drivers as well. So we do have 360 Performance. They have so many different aspects. They cover karting, sports cars, single-seaters. They also actually cater for conference days as well, and even one-to-one bespoke training and coaching as well. And we've got Johnny Wilkinson from US Formula 4 powered by Honda here this weekend. So it looks like we've gone green in heat number 2 for Group 1 for the Bambinos. So Harley Musk started on the front row in pole position, and going very, very wide there looks to be the 17 of Noah Baglin, who swoops in behind Luca Holmes-Black, who started on P3. So let's just see what's happening here. So we have pretty much a complete grid, I think, that are still circulating. I see that there's quite a few drivers that do like racing in the wet, and yep, it is Rio Alicata that is in the number 9. It's had the 1 struck through on the side pod, so it was Rio Alicata. So my apologies for the earlier correction and now recorrection. So Rio Alicata was doing a great job trying to get for P2, but ended up spinning in the first heat. But at the moment, Harley Musk, our youngest, I think, competitor out of the field here, is leading the race. Took pole position in qualifying yesterday afternoon and crosses the line to complete the first lap and puts it at 1 minute 2.973, and that is 1.1 seconds ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak, who has... No, it's not Luca Holmes-Balak, it's Noah Baglin that now has second position. So got through, possibly through stadiums. Ria Licata has now got fourth ahead of Alfie Mew, and just behind them is number 66, Teddy Porter. So a lot of action still to go. Local time around about 10:35 in the morning here in the UK. So wherever you are watching around the world, thank you for joining us here for the 2019 Rye House London Kart, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited, who have kindly provided the backing to provide live streaming for the complete event, with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, commentating on the entire event itself, and with Anthony Jordan joining me a little bit later on for the business end of the race day. 6 minutes and 29 plus an additional lap still to go, as Harley Musk is not getting away. I think Noah Baglin might have something to say about that very, very shortly, and is only less than 0.6 of a second adrift at the moment. So, and they are dropping the rest of the field, which has Luca Holmes-Balak in third place in the 6th, Ria Licata in the 9 in 4th, Alfie Mew in 5th, Teddy Porter, as the lead has changed. There we go, Noah Baglin goes, oh no, that was close. I thought it was going to happen, and it did happen. And as I said that, Baglin went up the inside of Musk. Musk went very wide going through the infield hairpin, and Baglin just powered past. Now, Baglin won the first heat earlier on today and won it by a country mile, by about 7 or so seconds, but Musk is thinking otherwise, doesn't want to settle for second, wants to go for the win, as he's got a better run coming out of pylon through the complex. Into the S's comes Harley Musk, just a fraction behind Noah Baglin in the 17, who will now cross the line as the leader as we go on to lap number 4. As there's Noah Baglin on the streams at home. He is head down, focused and swooping into Stadium Bend, and goes wide towards the outside, as does Licata. Licata is now past Luca Holmes-Balak for third place. So Ria Licata doing a great job there, getting up into third position. And just behind Alfie Mew and Teddy Porter are battling over fifth position. A little bit further adrift is the 84 of Ada Sexton. Ada is about 5.2 seconds behind the number 66 as the battle still rages on. Harley Musk is not out of the woods quite yet as we go to 4 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap. Licata definitely keeping his eyes and his crosshairs on Harley Musk in the 21 just up ahead. And it could not be if, it could be when he gets past for second, because if that does happen, let's just say that Harley Musk is the cockle in the cork in the Licata bottle. So Licata could be allowed to move forward, and he is going at a good rate of knots, and he's gone faster than anybody else on the circuit. 59.511 from the number 9. And he's trying to close in on Harley Musk, is Ria Licata, and he is in second now. Now, where is Harley Musk? He's dropped all the way down the order. He's tumbling fast, and he's just been passed by Alfie Mew. So Harley Musk must have had a bit of a moment there, as he did a 60.089. And you can just see how much even these young Bambinos are having to cope with the conditions. It's starting to get a bit better. The track is starting to evolve now here at Rye House, as Teddy Porter right on the back bumper of Licata spins. A repeat of what happened, but at paddock this time for the number 9. That's a real shame. He was up into second past Harley Musk, but it still keeps ahead, as here comes the charging Ada Sexton past the number 21 of Harley Musk, who has dropped all the way down to 7th position, having started on pole. So Musk has had a moment. Licata's had a... Well, I don't really know what word with L I can put with that. He could have had a lazy moment, maybe. But so 2 dramas for both Ria Licata and also Harley Musk. So they're not where they really want to be. But Noah Baglin has got a lead of over 1.4 seconds in front of Luca Holmes-Balak, who is still sitting in second place at the moment. So here come a few of them. For those watching on the screen, we've got 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap, and you've got the likes of Licata, Sexton. Harley Musk will be a little bit further behind as will Felix Hill and Kalian Russell. So Felix Hill running in the very, very nicely technicoloured kart this weekend. So the lead now is just over 1.5 seconds between Noah Baglin, who's now on lap number 7, as Luca Holmes-Black on the right-hand side of my commentary position comes through Stadium Bend. Ada Sexton has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Well done, Ada. 59.449, and that is about half a tenth of a second quicker than the best effort of anyone else, and that is the person in front. Rio Lecanza, so Ada Sexton clearly has the bit between the teeth. Yellow flags just on the exit of Stadium. And, or have they just gone in? Yep, they've just been brandished. So that was their outfield hairpin as well. And that's Harley Musk. Harley Musk not taking any further participation. He's parked it on the outside of the infield hairpin on the grass. Now, the rear wheels are spinning. That's a good sign. But that now has put him to stone dead last on the field. So yellow flags waving on the infield hairpin. Harley Musk, is he going to just try and... Now, is there an issue? That's the problem. He's going to... Now, let's just see if he pulls away. He does. That's good. So Harley Musk now rejoins, but is in stone dead last. Oh, he just loses it on the approach. The infield hairpin splashes through a big standing water puddle, and it puts him on the grass. That's a real shame for Harley Musk. So we've got 30 seconds of the race remaining, so a big thank you to the marshalling team for expediently getting over there to help young Harley out. So we have just under 30 seconds of the race remaining, and there is a very interesting battle coming to the fore, which is for effectively... Now, Noah Baglin is no longer in the lead of this race. Luca Holmes-Black... Now, Noah Baglin had an absolute howler of a last lap, which is 1 minute 4.673, which means Luca Holmes-Black will cross the line and take the last lap board this time around, which he does. Alfie Mew in the 32 in second, but Baglin clearly wanting to get back in the lead. He must have had a bit of a howler on the last lap, and he's really closing up to Alfie Mew in the 32 and Luca Holmes-Black. This could, now, if anyone remembers the first heat for Group 2 for the Bambinos, this could be just as exciting. Oh, Baglin was sizing up a move on Alfie Mew, who looks up the inside of Luca Holmes-Black on the infield hairpin. Oh, Luca Holmes-Black spins 180 degrees the wrong way. That puts Noah Baglin back into the lead of the race on the final lap. Oh, no, another spin for Alfie Mew this time, off of the outfield hairpin. It's all coming to blows. Licata's involved. Holmes-Black involved. So Alfie Mew and Ada Sexton, I think, has got second place as a result of this. If she has, that's a blinding effort from the youngster in the 84. So whilst everyone was pirouetting, Ada Sexton kept it planted on the asphalt, because round the final corner, taking an easy glance over the right shoulder, is Noah Baglin, who takes the win, and Ada Sexton takes second position at the flag. I think, and she does, 2.7 seconds adrift. Alfie Mew takes third. Luca Holmes-Black would have been in the lead and dropped it off of the infield hairpin, and then Alfie Mew did the same the following corner. So Mew takes third, Luca Holmes-Black takes fourth, Rio Licata in fifth, Teddy Porter in sixth place, Felix Hill in seventh, and we're just waiting for both Kalian Russell and Harley Musk to cross the start-finish line. Harley's coming through pylon at the moment. So Kalian Russell crosses the line, and here comes Harley Musk. Started on pole, unfortunately will finish in 9th position at the end of this race. So Noah Baglin takes what was a very, very topsy-turvy race in the last lap or so on the second heat for Group 1 of the Bambino Comers, taking the win from Ada Sexton, who put in the fastest lap of anybody, 59.449, who took second ahead of Alfie Mew. Luca Holmes-Black and Rio Licata ran out the top 5 ahead of Teddy Porter, Felix Hill, Kalian Russell and Harley Musk. Right, well, that was, I think my director will definitely agree with me that that was very much an interesting last couple of laps in the Bambino Comer. Group A, Heat 2 there. So now we go on to Group B, and the grid is as follows. Isaac Barker in the 53, Max Endicott in the 18, Leo Anya in the number 10, Henry Carter in the number 72, Sergio Wirtz in the number 5, Albert Friend, Harper Das and Connor Winfield. That's the 8 strong. So we have effectively 17 competitors here this weekend for Bambinos. We did have a full grid of 18, but as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Jesse Phillips, the number 26. I need to do some checking here. Where is he racing this weekend? If anyone on social media wants to hit me up, feel free to do so on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. If someone knows where... well, I'm going to have a look on Jesse's official Facebook page very shortly. Well, I will do once these youngsters get racing very, very shortly. Right, well, the engines have been get ready to go, and the grid is being cleared. So Barker, Endicott, Anya, Carter, Wirtz, Friend, Das, and Winfield. That's your 8 strong here this time around at the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in and watching around the world, wherever you are, via the Alpha Live YouTube channel and Facebook page. So lights out and away we go, heading into the stadium for the very first time. And the timer starts ticking away, and good getaway from Isaac Barker, but has Max Endicott breathing down his neck. And it's 3 wide, a little bit further down the order with Leo Anya, I think, in the inside of all of that. So they come into the first lap itself, as we've had a spinner. That's Sergio Wirtz, unfortunately, on the infield hairpin there. He took a tighter line than Leo Anya, and it spat out the rear end. 90 degrees to the right, so Sergio manages to get back on circuit, as it is an absolute ding-dong battle at the top 4 of the field, being led by Isaac Barker. Then it's Max Endicott, then it's Henry Carter, and then just behind is the number 10 of Leo Anya, who took second. Oh, Anya spins! Oh, there's another spinner! That is the number 19 of Albert Friend. They're all spinning off at pylon. Harper Das, Connor Winfield also spinning off. My goodness. As the top 3 line astern, being led still by Isaac Barker, Max Endicott, I think still in second position at the moment. That is the case. But fastest of anybody, Henry Carter on the ringside seat in 3rd place. Leo Anya still in 4th ahead of Sergio Wirtz, who now regains 5th position. And they are line astern at the moment going through the Exeter Stadium. But let's just see what happens here. Anya goes in. Oh, hits the back bumper of Carter, and it sends him spinning 360. So it points in the right way going through pylon, and everyone else starts spinning away in sympathy at the back part of the field. Meanwhile, at the front, as Henry Carter's got a real motor on through up the inside of Max Endicott, is he going to get the run towards pylon? Not quite sure. He does. That's a great move. He just powered past Endicott right into pylon there, took the outside line, cut in, and that was absolutely fantastic work from the 72. He's still got a chance of making sure that he can get in front of Isaac Barker and start pulling away. It's not going to be long before that happens, because he's about 3 kart lengths adrift of the 53. It's 0.285 between 1st and 2nd. Barker sets the fastest lap of the race, a 59.476. Quite comparable with Ada Sexton's fastest lap last time around in the last heat for Group A. As Carter really looking menacing again on the back bumper of Isaac Barker. Let's see what happens here as Carter takes a tighter line. Oh, it's side by side. Carter powers past and pounces past Barker to take the lead of the race. Brilliant job there from the 72, but he runs wide on the outfield hairpin, but gets the power down early. Manages to make sure that he doesn't do it when he's got a particular wheel, normally a back wheel, on the curbing, which is very, very still slick and slippery here, as there's still standing water that will catch the drivers out, and it's irrespective of skill set. I will be completely honest with you there. So we're coming into the last 5 minutes, plus an additional lap of this race. So Isaac Barker now is not leading as Henry Carter is leading. What has happened to Isaac Barker? He's all the way down in 4th position. He's being closed on by Sergio Wirtz, who goes up the inside into stadium to take 4th place. Or has he? He has. Barker's kept round. He's kept wide. as that was a great move from Anya, just timed it perfectly. And here comes Leo Anya. Is he going to try and get part? Well, this is absolutely kicking off. Endicott really in the mire right now as he's having to fend with Harpadas, who's actually a back marker in this battle for what is second position. Oh, there's multiple clattering in, and Anya's mounted the front bumper of Harpadas's kart. So Das spins. Anya has got nowhere to go and is just gesticulating as if to say, what on earth happened there? So Leo Anya, quite literally, impaled on the front bumper of Harpadas's kart. If we can get a replay of that, it'd be quite interesting to see what happened there. So let's see if we can take a look. Okay, right, here we are. Endicott is ahead. Harpadas just really needed to get out of the way. So, oh, Das just spins. Das just spins. Looks like the five of Sojovic just spins the same direction in sympathy, but it just gives Anya nowhere to go. When he pushes on the accelerator, it puts him on the front bumper. So I'm speechless. Hence the slight pause afterwards. But in the meantime, Isaac Barker and Max Endicott still battling over what is second position, as Henry Carter has got a humongous lead of around 6.5 seconds with 3 minutes and 12 plus an additional lap still to go in this race. So they come through towards paddock, having come through the S's, as Henry Carter crosses the line and goes and does, well, he's actually set the fastest lap time of Bambino this weekend. A couple of laps ago on lap 4, 59.166 for the 72, as Endicott is still fending off Barker for second place. They're wrestling with the steering wheels, aren't they, these youngsters? But Endicott just had the measure of Isaac Barker on that particular occasion. They're still going to battle all the way through to the checkered flag, as Endicott takes a wider line than Isaac Barker. Barker manages to pull a bit more of a gap towards, or pull the gap a bit more towards his favour, and let the pendulum swing his way as they go down the long blast out of the outfield hairpin down into pylon. So pylon here, you're going to see that it looks like Endicott takes a tighter line, and Barker takes a slightly wider apex. As at the meantime, whilst they come through paddock, Henry Carter crosses the line. And his gap is probably going to be to the tune of over 8 seconds, I think. Let's just see. Let's have a look, shall we? And the gap now is 8.4. As Barker getting brazen around the outside of Stadium. Oh, you're going to make that stick through, Regis? Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. That's a brilliant move. Barker just had the run, had the momentum, and had the purchase on the asphalt. And he just catapulted his way past around the outside of Max Endicott and got the inside run for Reg's elbow. If we could see that again, that was a priceless move. I'm sure. No, thank you very much for that. But yeah, that's as we had. Now that is Harpadas having another spin at the same corner that he did that compromised Leo Anya. Now where is Leo at the moment? Leo is currently 7th, and he's about 11.5 seconds behind Connor Winfield, down in 7th position, as we've got just over 60 seconds to go. Right, let's have a look at this move. Just sweetly done. Barker just goes brazen and banzai round the outside of Max Endicott and makes the move stick before the exit of Stadium and takes the inside run into Reg's elbow. That's fantastic. It's great to see that the older generations can do it, but to see the Bambinos do it is just that even more impressive. Now, we've got yellow flags off of Stadium, and that is, I think that's Harpadas again. That livery looks familiar, to be completely truthful, and that was the case. It was Harpadas that did have the issue there, spinning on the exit of Stadium, so it hasn't been a good run for the 95, unfortunately. And he is down by 2 laps on the leaders as we go into the last 15 seconds of this race, which will mean that this will be the last of the second set of heats for the Bambino Comers before we go into Honda Cadets, as Henry Carter literally crosses the line with 2 seconds to spare on that particular occasion, so he's going to get another lap. But this will help the youngsters get some more track time, as Isaac Barker now has stretched the gap between himself and Max Endicott to just over 1.1 seconds, or thereabouts. But Endicott, in the meantime, sets a personal best of 60.147 around the 950-metre circuit here at Rye House. Harper Das now crosses the line ahead of Connor Winfield. Now, Connor still is on the same lap as the leaders. So the running order at the moment, Henry Carter leading by 9.1 seconds as he's coming into pylon for the penultimate time. He goes a bit sideways there, but keeps it nice and calm and collected. And he goes through into paddock. So this time, Henry Carter leading the race by a comfortable margin, if I must say. Gets the final lap board on the Digi flag on the gantry, so he's got just under 900 metres to negotiate around here. Isaac Barker now makes his way across the start-finish line to also take the final lap board, as does Max Endicott, who rounds out the top three. And it's 9.65 seconds between first and second position. Albert Friend in fourth, Sergio Viet still in fifth, ahead of Colin Winfield, Leo Anya and Harper Das. All 8 drivers still circulating, with Harper Das a couple of laps down on the leaders. So, leader now making his way. Henry Carter in the 72, doing an absolutely fantastic job, coming through pylon for the final time of asking. So, through the S's comes Carter for the final time. Now into paddock. Now punches the throttle down hard towards the... And he's done it again. Early celebration, but well justified. Henry Carter makes it 2 for 2 in Group B this weekend at the Rye House London Cup. And I think the gap between him and Isaac Barker will be well over 10 seconds. Nice work from Isaac. I think he definitely liked the fact that he did that great move. Max Endicott celebrates taking 3rd place. Albert Friend in fourth. Here comes Sergio Viets in 5th place, 17.9 seconds off of the leader at the end of it all. So we've just got 3 more competitors to wait for. There's Leo Anya coming through into pylon for the final time of asking. Whilst Connor Winfield makes his way through paddock and across to the start-finish line to complete his race in 6th position there. Nice work by the 27. And there's Leo Anya. Probably a bit disconsolate and will be a bit disappointed after this race. Harper Das just behind will complete his race 2 laps off of the leaders. And on his last lap, sets his best effort, a 1 minute 2.673. So that concludes the 2nd round of preliminary heats for the Bambinos. Welcome back to the continuing coverage of the 2019 Rye House Kart Raceway London Cup. Here in Hoddesdon, just half an hour from the hometown of 5-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton, which is, funny enough, Stevenage, also based in Hertfordshire. This coverage through Alpha Live is brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. And next up, it's the Honda Cadets, 24 drivers ready to go into battle. So this time, it's going to be a slightly revised grid because Ethan Simmons... Now, we had an issue with the timing earlier on, managed to call the results. So the post-race, they'll always give us grids and everything, so to speak. So this time, it will be a very different set of circumstances. Standing start once again for the Honda Cadets. Ethan Simmons and Connor Duncan will line up on the front row, it seems. Casey Lynch and Josh Agenbar will be on row 2, but I'm just going to see if we have the updated grids through Alpha Timing. So just bear with me just a moment. I want to make sure we do get that. So there we go, Honda Cadet, heat number 2. So it's Ethan Simmons at the minute with Casey Lynch in second. Now we've got Connor Duncan, Josh Agenbar, Hayden Eldridge, Tao Butler, William Murphy, Emily Jackson, Wesley Swain, Joshua Graham, Ralph Jungling, Antonio Witkowski, Timo Jungling, Simon Parfitt, Joe Cheek, Anthony Parfitt, James Bell, Jarrett Clark, as we go lights out again in Honda Cadet. Heat number 2 of the 2019 London Cup, and great start already from Ethan Simmons this time. Looks like Connor Duncan and Josh Agenbar are trying to get a march, and they got past Casey Lynch in the early going. Let's see if has everyone got through cleanly. Well, it's all kicking off, and it's only on lap 1. Oh, a spinner for Casey Lynch on the infield hairpin. Disaster for the 41. Probably the slightest amount of contact. Not too sure who was involved, but Casey Lynch, as it's 4 abreast coming out of the outfield hairpin. Can you believe that one if you saw it? Well, you'll be able to watch the replay a bit later on. But in the lead of that is Josh Agenbar from Cutting Edge Racing, based here at the circuit. That's absolutely barnstorming action as Casey Lynch now goes on the damage limitation aspects of moving up the field as fast as possible, as Ethan Simmons has probably over a second lead. And it's 1.8 seconds, and he's just put in a 50.498. So Agenbar Connor, is second, Connor Duncan, Tao Butler, Hayden Eldridge, Wesley Swain, Emily Jackson, William Murphy, Ralph and Timo Jungling, the 2 young German brothers, round out the top 10. And they're all separated by about 5 seconds at the minute, but Ethan Simmons is running away. Connor Duncan fending off Josh Agenbar for second position. So the O-Plate from Scotland has got a contact warning. That could have been for the incident with Casey Lynch. Going into the infield hairpin, it was everyone scrabbling for the same part of tarmac, and Casey Lynch was the unwilling recipient of a spin-out 180 degrees the wrong way. But Simmons leads. Duncan trying to chase him down. Gap now 2.48 seconds. Hayden Eldridge drops down to 6th place behind Wesley Swain. Joe Cheek in 10th, as Timo Jungling now drops to 11th, ahead of Simon and Anthony Parfitt, who have got past SFR Motorsports' James Bell. So 6 minutes to go as Connor Duncan goes very well. Oh, that was close for the O-Plate from Scotland. Nearly clattered into the tyre barriers on the exit of the infield hairpin, and he's scrabbling for grip. Meanwhile, Josh Agenbar and Tao Butler are trying to chase the O-Plate down, while Simmons, I think, is just smiling like a Cheshire cat behind that race helmet of his, because he knows that whilst everyone is squabbling over the scraps, he is getting away, and getting away cleanly. Gets the head down, does the Young Racing Driver Academy ace, who's been racing in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, along with the likes of Agenbar, Eldridge, the Younglings as well, amongst others. But now this is where this track really sorts out the champions from those behind, as Adam Wooden gets a contact warning, the 45 currently running in 19th position. That could have been maybe as a little bit of contact between him and Jarrett Clark and Amin Saran, who ran out the top 21. But Connor Duncan, in the meantime, still having to fend off Josh Agenbar, as Tao Butler really on the back foot. As great work there. I think that could be Hayden Eldridge trying to go up the inside of William Murphy for position. And that is not the case. That's Wesley Swain, who's battling over with the 95, as Hayden Eldridge really battling with Emily Jackson in the 26. Jackson really coming alive in this race, and is battling away with someone who is sidelined with a very, very big injury, where Hayden actually had to have some surgery earlier on this year for his right forearm, and I caught up with him at Sheddington for the Honda Cadet Cup a bit earlier on this year. Good to see him with his friends in the paddock, but he wanted to be behind the wheel. Now he's got the opportunity. And let's see what happens here. Emily Jackson, oh, she's got the run on Hayden Eldridge, but Eldridge will have the inside line for the infield hairpin as Jackson tries to get the cut back. Oh, contact warning for Jackson. She's got to be careful there, but she will fight just as hard as the boys will, believe you me. 4 minutes and 11 seconds, plus an additional lap as Eldridge and Jackson at it again, heading into the S's. And now Eldridge really needs to watch what he does in the S's, because last time he got a contact warning for his efforts, and that was with Tao Butler. So at the minute, the gap between first and second position is now 2.338 seconds between Ethan Simmons, the number 23, and also Connor Duncan, the O-plate. Josh Agenbar rounds out the top 3, separated by just under 3.1 seconds. Tao Butler, William Murphy, Wesley Swain, Hayden Eldridge, Emily Jackson, Joe Cheek, and Timur Jungling round out the top 10. Unfortunately, Antoni Witkowski, who started in 11th position, or 12th actually, ended up retiring on lap number 1. May have been a mechanical issue or maybe contact, not sure. Didn't really catch it in my field of vision or on the stream here, as this is a great battle now, because between this is Hayden Eldridge, Emily Jackson, and now the 71 of Joe Cheek joins in the mix for 7th position. This is really getting interesting right now as they come across the start-finish line. Duncan, Murphy and Swain set personal bests, as that was close indeed. Ralph Jungling drops behind Anthony Parfitt. Drops to 13th position. James Bell into 17th now. That's a real shame, as 71 of Joe Cheek really on the back bumper of Emily Jackson. So Jackson fending off for 8th place. And they're side by side, and Jackson manages to nip ahead by the merest of fractions. But there we go, Joe Cheek up the inside of Emily Jackson on the outfield hairpin to take 8th position. That was a brave move, but also well controlled. They've been giving they need to give each other, and Jackson takes the cut back and makes it stick to retake the position back through the exit of pylon. So the 26 and the 71, that's Jackson and Cheek battling over 8th position. Simmons, in the meantime, is not getting away with it. He's actually being closed. Connor Duncan did a 48.641 last time around. Ethan Simmons did a 48.805. So the gap's really closing down between 1st and 2nd. So Connor Duncan really has got the bit between the teeth. Meanwhile, Tao Butler still having to fend off William Murphy for what is 4th position at the minute. As Emily Jackson has the car length between herself and also the 71 of Joe Cheek. Looks to be with RHP Racing, I believe, judging by that livery on that kart. But just behind you have got Timur Jungling, Anthony Parfitt, Simon Parfitt, Anthony Parfitt as well. And then just a little bit further back is Timur's brother, Ralph. So expect 2 Brits and 2 Germans to be battling over the same piece of tarmac in the next 90 seconds or so, plus an additional lap. But I've just seen the leaders come through stadium. The gap now is 1.667 seconds between Ethan Simmons and Connor Duncan. As the battle here, now that is with you've got Tao Butler and William Murphy battling over 4th. Emily Jackson and Joe Cheek battling over 8th position. As the leaders now come down the back straight, heading towards pylon. 60 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. As there we go again. Oh, he's at it, isn't he, Joe Cheek? He takes the move up the inside of Emily Jackson to retake 8th position. And it's Tao Butler really putting the feelers on. William Murphy's got past for 4th. That's a great job by the number 95. William Murphy now up into 4th position. We've got 38 seconds on the clock remaining, plus an additional lap. And Tao Butler now relinquishes 4th place to the number 95 of William Murphy. They are literally line astern going through stadium. Through the exit they go, off of that corner, into the left at Regis. So Joe Cheek and Simon Parfitt set personal bests on that last lap. We're now on to lap number 10. And Duncan is not that far away. I have a suspicious feeling as Butler goes up the inside to retake the position on Murphy for 4th. Oh, that's he's run him a little bit wide there, but Murphy kept it in with 2 wheels on the circuit. Time has now expired. This time around, Ethan Simmons will get the final lap board, but Connor Duncan has been charging and hunting him down. The gap was 1.6 seconds. It's now 1.35. Last lap board it is. Simmons again is going to make it 2 for 2, but the battle for 4th has really imploded. Butler ahead of Murphy. As, again, there's more moves happening. As it's just really all kicking off. I don't know which way to look, see, or turn at some points. So here is Ethan Simmons. Connor Duncan now on the same piece of straightaway. 3rd place is Josh Agenbar, who definitely has kept himself well in the running. You know, coming into this race, he was 4th in the points, equal with Duncan. Connor Duncan, that is, as Ethan Simmons. Oh, Connor Duncan gets a bit sideways through the S's, but Ethan Simmons makes it. 2 out of 2 here at Rye House for the 2019 London Cup in Honda Cadets. Didn't get it on pole, but he's started to do the work that really counts now, getting the points on the board. And that is really going to put him in great stead. 98 points, that's going to put him on 148, because it's 50 for a win in IKR regulations at Rye House. Connor Duncan closed the gap down to 1.2 seconds at the end of that race. Josh Agenbar, third. Tal Butler fended off William Murphy right until the dying seconds of this race. Some great battling between the pair of them to finish fourth and fifth, respectively. Wesley Swain and Joe Cheek rounded out the top 7, with Cheek getting through past Hayden Eldridge, of all people. Emily Jackson finished in 9th, with one of the 2 young Germans on this field, Timo Jungling, rounding out the top 10 in the number 98. Simon Parfitt, Anthony Parfitt, Joshua Graham, Ralph Jungling, Casey Lynch recovered all the way back up to 15th at the end of that race. Yihan Kalichern, James Bell, Adam Woodham, Jarrett Clark, and Ian Alexandru Marginon, Milo Manderson, Amin Saran, and Ozolontai being the last of the classified finishers. But let's have a look at some of the replays here. So, Simmons gets the advantage, pulls away from the front. Now, let's have a look. This is where it happens, and Connor Duncan, there was the slightest of nudges on the left rear of Casey Lynch, which spun Lynch out 180 degrees the wrong way. But and there was 4 abreast coming out of this, and everyone was tripping all over each other's wheels and side pods a little bit further down the order. So there was a bit of a topsy-turvy element to that race, but that's 2 for 2 for Ethan Simmons. Next up is Junior Rotax. The Rotax roar echoes around Rye House Kart Raceway as we go into battle for the second of 3 preliminary heats. So this is the penultimate one for the Junior Rotax grid. The grid is as follows. On countback, based on best time, Alfie Brooks is on pole position ahead of Dan Ginchard on the front row. So that's 57 and 54. Louis Weaver in the 69 and Ronnie Mansfield in the 16 round out row 2. The 26 of Finley Dunn and the 40 of Carl Dunford round out row 3 ahead of Scott Sumpton and Caitlin May, with Ben Ballou and Jack Brand rounding out the top 10. Poppy Stevenson, Lucas Ivaskevicius, Ellis Humphreys, James Otto, Louis Woodward, Chloe Kanyasik, Ryan Margolis and Bryn Evans round out the 18 strong. 8 minutes set on the counter this time, plus an additional lap. And it's going to be very, very slow and controlled. Well, that's dependent if Daniel Ginchard just stays in formation there for a moment, young man. Thank you. So they come around paddock. So, rolling start formation. No, that's a messy start. That's not going to happen. They've got to really... That should be another formation lap. Yep, they're being sent around for another formation lap. I could tell straight away. It was 3 abreast coming out of paddock. It was not going to work. It was not going to happen. Race control went, no, another formation lap. So... effectively, that is what we call in Rotax racing circles a false start. So let's see if we can get it second time round. Let's see. Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. But it's always great because, you know, when you get these sort of like appetizers before a main, before you start on a main course, the starter, the false start is that anticipation. It gets the adrenaline pumping through your veins. So, again, it will be Brooks and Ginchard on the front row. Weaver, Mansfield, Dunn and Dunford. Sumpton, May, Ballou and Brand. That is the top 10, with Brooks on pole position, which on the circuit is on the right-hand side. When they go into the stadium, it will be on the left-hand side of your screen at the stream at home. A big thank you for Alpha Live for making this possible. Thanks to Screedforce Limited for providing full coverage of the 2019 Rye House London Cup here in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire. So as the train goes past in the background, do we go lights out? Do we go green? Yes, we do. But the cone's been flicked to one side. Dan Ginchard has lost out big time. And where is he? Where is Dan Ginchard? He's right down at the back part of the field. Now, I'm not too sure. They're saying it's... Now, there has been an issue. There is yellow flags. Now, that's a false start again. I think that's a false start, if I'm honest. Have they called that as a full start? Yeah. That seems to be that is a full start. Yep, there we go. Full start again called. Third time's the charm, maybe? I might be counting my chickens before they hatch. So again, it was all running so well, but always, I can always credit Junior Rotax for, yeah, it was completely messy. I mean, that was not a 2x2 rolling start formation. If you were racing in Europe, so have we gone? No, yeah, full start again. My goodness, even the director's gone. For goodness sake. Come on, youngsters, get it together. Pull your socks up. It's supposed to be a good race when it gets going. But, you know, this is the part of motorsport. You know, everything's uncertain. Just take, for instance, Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc today at Suzuka. That's all I'm saying on that one. Right, okay. Full grid with surnames only. Brooks, Ginchard, Weaver, Mansfield, Dunn, Dunford, Sumpton, May, Ballou, Brand, Stevenson, Ivaskovicius, Humphreys, Otto, Woodward, Kunyasik, Margulis and Evans. 18 drivers, 9 rows, and there is a deathly silence because the Rotax engines are not at full speed yet. Wait until they come out of paddock because that is over. That's quite a lot of cc's of displacement. So they gingerly come around the final corner. Let's build the anticipation, shall we? The Rotax Max Evo engines roar up the rev ranges. Do we go lights out? Yes, we do this time. 4th time's a charm. And again, Ginchard caught napping a bit, but it's not going very, very well. He's actually looking behind him. Dan Ginchard has toppled all the way down to the order. He's in 16th. Brooks has got away cleanly. And Dan Ginchard looking down. Now, is there an issue? Is there an issue for the 54? That's disaster coming into this penultimate preliminary heat as everyone's tripping all over each other. It's 3 abreast, and some people are going very wide, including quite a few drivers down at the bottom part of the top 10, top 12 even thereof. So I'm just keeping my eyes out because Alfie Brooks really has got a good turn of pace. He's now got a lead of... He's just on a 45.9. Dan Ginchard is not... I don't think he's going to take any further part. That 54 Red Speed chassis is not sounding healthy at all. That's a real shame. On the front row, and there's something not right. It's probably misfiring, I think, because if he's not getting the pickup, he's not going to be at full racing speed. So Dan Ginchard, I don't know, has he crossed the line yet? He has. And that was a 1:12. That's 25 seconds off. That's 25 seconds off Alfie Brooks's play. Oh, little bit of... Oh, now that was uncalled for. Who was that? That was Ronnie Mansfield on Carl Dunsford, and Dunsford's back bumper got relatively heavily assaulted by Ronnie... No, but Mansfield's just, I think, just given himself the old... Why did I do that? Let's see if we can get a replay on that one, shall we? Because that will be... it looked like that he just literally... Here we go. Oh, he just literally tags him. Just literally tags him and then goes into the wall. And I think he's saying, now, why did I do that? It's what happens in racing. You know, the red mist falls beneath the visor and it all happens rather unceremoniously, as Ronnie Mansfield just found out, and he drops him down to 16th. As I think Dan Ginchard really does need to park that kart. He's got a mechanical. It was only a matter of time. He's been really, really slow around the circuit. They have pulled him in for a mechanical. That puts him on the back foot for the last of the preliminary heats a bit later on. So Dan Ginchard, this time around, will just let everyone just pass him, and he's going to be so despondent. A real shame, because he was showing such great prowess in qualifying yesterday and put it on pole. Took second in the first heat today, but these things happen. You can, the caliber of the drivers, you will see that if they are a true champion, they will come back from this and go, right, I've taken a lick, I'm going to keep on ticking and keep going. So Scott Sumpton, in the meantime, running in 4th place, it looks like. Behind is the 40 of Carl Dunford. Finley Dunn up into 2nd position now, ahead of Louis Weaver. as we hit 4 minutes and 55 left to go, as Finley Dunn sets a personal best. Alfie Brooks again goes faster than anybody, 45.939. He's just under 1.7 seconds ahead of Finley Dunn. Louis Weaver in third. Scott Sumpton, Kyle Dunford, Caitlin May doing a great job up in sixth position, ahead of Poppy Stevenson. So Caitlin started in eighth, Poppy started in 11th place, so good for them. Ben Ballou, Ryan Margolis and Jack Brand round out the top 10 ahead of Ellis Humphreys, James Otto. Chloe Kanyasik now up into 14th as that's it for Dan Ginchard. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to the pits and the kart conked out at the outside of the Exeter pylon. I know it's a very short walk to where he is in terms of the awning, where his dad Tom has been working on the kart this weekend. So Ronnie Mansfield now ahead of Louis Woodward in the number 96 for 15th position. Bryn Evans is the last of the drivers still circulating at the track in 17th position as Ronnie Mansfield gets past Lucas Ivaskovicius, who unfortunately ended up parking it last time around. So we have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, and we've had another casualty. That is the 73 there of Ben Ballou. So obviously he's the second driver. That puts us down to 16. He's just off of the outside of the outfield hairpin. Marshall's trying to make sure that he's behind the tyre barriers, as is the kart, before it gets trailered back to the to Parc Fermé a bit earlier on. So Ben Ballou and Dan Ginchard out of this race, down to 16 competitors with 3 minutes to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. So Brooks comfortably taking things in his stride, 2.2 seconds ahead of Finley Dunn in the 26 on the Ralf Schumacher chassis. Now, let's have a look what's happening here on the screen at the minute. That is the number 95 at the back of that, and that is Ryan Margolis, who is battling away with Jack Brand, who's actually got ahead for 8th position. So Margolis definitely on the back foot now, as Jack Brand making up a couple of positions throughout the course of this race. 2 minutes and 19, plus one additional lap still to go here. So there's the 49 coming into shot. That's James Otto in 11th position, as just ahead. There was, I think that was the number... Now, let's just see who's coming through the outfield hairpin. That is the number 16 and the 64. That is of Ellis Humphreys. There's the 77 of Bryn Evans, beached on the outside of Pylon. As Kyle Dunford gets past Scott Sumpton for 4th place on the road, as we head into the roundabout the last 90 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. Ronnie Mansfield, in the meantime, has recovered up to 10th position, having got past Ellis Humphreys and James Otto. So that was the number 16, recovering after his slight unwanted rear bumper attack on the back of Kyle Dunford a bit earlier on in this race, which we saw on the replay. So 1 minute and 14, plus an additional lap left to go. Alfie Brooks now has a healthy lead of 2.766 seconds ahead of Finley Dunn in the 26. Louis Weaver in the 69 rounds out the top three thus far. Finley Dunn crosses the line and does his personal best of the race thus far, a 46.104. But there's only one driver that's gone sub 46 seconds, and that is Alfie Brooks. And on lap 6 and lap 9, he has set two respective 45.9, so 45.925 on lap 6, a 45.941 on lap number 9. So we're on to the 10th and probably what's going to be the penultimate lap of this race, as Brooks at the moment has come through the final corner through paddock. So he's going to cross the line now, which he does. And in many respects, that is going to now put him onto what is effectively the penultimate lap of this race. So the time is ticking away, and that's it. 8 minutes are up. We're done and dusted for the penultimate Senior Rotax well, sorry, for Junior Rotax heat of the weekend, as there's definitely a bit of argy-bargy there. Oh, that was a bit of a cheeky hit up the back. What was Kyle Dunford thinking? Seriously, I mean, and you can just see the frustration on Bryn Evans' face. I mean, I think it was just like Kyle might have just outbraked himself, and all of a sudden he's gone, didn't mean to hit Bryn, sorry. So last lap board it is. So here's a replay. Yeah, I think he just outdid himself a little bit, or did Bryn just hit the brakes a bit too hard? It snapped the back end out. It's 1 of 1 and 500 of another. So we go on to the 11th and final lap, which Alfie Brooks is close to getting halfway through, as the 95 of Ryan Margolis ahead of Ronnie Mansfield. Then James Otto and Ellis Humphreys cross the line to complete the top 12. Now here is Alfie Brooks coming through pylon for the last time, and he's going to extend his gap between himself and Dan Ginchard in terms of the lead of this race, and also in the points for the 2019 London Cup. Opens the F lap, and that's it. Job done for Alfie Brooks, winning comfortably ahead, and it's a Ralf Schumacher chassis 1-2, with Finley Dunn taking second, and also in the process took his best lap of the race, 45.919. So Finley Dunn also in the sub 46 seconds bracket. Louis Weaver, Scott Sumpton and Kyle Dunford round out the top 5. Caitlin May and Poppy Stevenson. Oh, that was a bit of side-by-side cheekiness there between Ryan Margolis and Ronnie Mansfield. Margolis takes 9th. So Poppy Stevenson finishing behind Caitlin May in 7th position. Jack Brandon, the 22, takes 8th ahead of Margolis and Mansfield. Otto, Humphreys, Ivaskevicius. Chloe Konyasik crosses the line in effectively 14th position. Louis Woodward. Bryn Evans finishing 2 laps off of the leaders, with Ben Ballou retiring on lap 6. And Dan Ginchard being called in for a mechanical and promptly retiring on the outside of pylon on lap number 3. Right, so we've got 3 more races in the second preliminary stage of the 2019 Rye House London Cup. Brought to you in association, well, the live coverage thanks to Alpha Live, streaming experts from the Northamptonshire area, which has been brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. So, taking care of your plastering, dry lining, partitioning and screeding needs. And according to director Ian Cole, so according to Ian Cole, one of the directors, our company is a family-run business based in North London and have been established for a considerable number of years. We work on various sites in and around the London area, and we are proud to be a sponsor of the 2019 Rye House London Cup. So, grid for this one, it's Ferguson, Berry, Harry Lambers, Whitbread, Cater, Storard, Thompson, Gumbrell, Keith, Newman, Richards, Havisham, Calava, Beret and Owen. Do we go lights out this time? Yes, we do. It's a clean start for Group A of the Senior Rotax, and it's pushing and shoving through the first part of the stadium. Cater trying to keep his nose clean a little bit further down the order as they are scrabbling all over. Oh, there was nearly a spin there coming out of Stadium. Around about 6th or 7th position as Hayden Cater trying to go up the inside there. And a bit of tussling looks to be with the number 40, I believe. That's Thomas Storar. And that was around about 4th or 5th position as Storar hung out a bit to dry, this time by the 23. And that's by George Whitbread, as the two leaders trying to make a breakaway, trying to scarper away from the rest of the field whilst they're squabbling over each other's tarmac position. And the driver at the front of the field is Liam Ferguson. So Ferguson getting the initial advantage in this race as we go in with 7 minutes and 13. Ferguson already pumping in the hot laps and really just trying to make good his intentions to run away from the rest of the field. So Ferguson leads from Berry, Haralambous, Cater, as it's getting very, very dicey between Berry and Haralambous for 2nd position. As Haralambous sends it up the inside of Berry. Great anticipation there from the number 11 and takes 2nd position. Cater now trying to chase them down in the number 4 on the Ralph Schumacher chassis. Whitbread in 5th, Storar, Thompson, Newman, Havisham up all the way into 9th position now. So we've got Gumbrell, Beret, Calava, Keith, Richards, and Tamsin Owen rounding out the 15. 6 minutes and 43, well, 6 minutes and 28 to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Still in this senior Rotax Group A, heat number 2 of the 2019 London Cup here at Rye House. So Haralambous has to go very aggressive coming out of Reg's elbow and nearly spins out the kart in the process, bumping off the curbs. But he's getting away as Hayden Cates is closing on Sean Berry. Berry looking up the inside of Haralambous there on the infield hairpin, trying to make the move stick, but can't make it happen quite yet. So you've got Ferguson, Haralambous, as Cater takes a huge chunk out of the curbs, going through the approach into pylon. But it doesn't unsettle the kart too much, so he can keep pace with Sean Berry, and he is closing. So Ferguson leads, Haralambous, Berry, Cater. That's your top 4. Cater's really, really closing right now. As it's definitely, well, we were waiting for it. There is a little start of a rain shower here off of the commentary box position. But they are still racing under wet weather conditions here. There is still standing water. So they are primed and ready, whatever the weather throws at them, with 5 minutes and 27 on the clock remaining, plus an additional lap, as Cater is closing on Berry for 3rd place. So the number 4 hits the curbs aggressively there through pylon. That could throw out a track rod or even bend one, and that could even compromise the steering rack on these karts. So Cater really testing the machinery under his backside at the minute, as Ferguson goes quickest of anybody, 45. 144 is Haralambous, trying to put in the right-hand steering input and goes very wide out of Stadium, as do Berry and Cater. So the weather starting to decide our fates this afternoon, possibly, but at the moment it is a, well, I can tell it's a slight rain shower. It's not everything hefty, as Haralambous loses out to Berry, but then instantly gets the switch back and powers out of the outfield hairpin to retake 2nd position off at the 57. Cater has got the ringside seat and is waiting to see if either of the two in front make a mistake. If that happens, he won't catch Ferguson, but he'll have a good chance at 2nd. Coming along with the number 4 on the Ralph Schumacher chassis is the 23 of George Whitbread. Not too far behind is also Thomas Storar in the number 40. Tom Thompson just puts in his fastest lap of this race, a 45.879, but Liam Ferguson is clearly the quickest out there, a 45.129 from 126, sorry, from the 65. As Haralambous just trying to keep it on the black stuff and stay ahead of Berry, who goes back up the inside, retakes the position. Haralambous powers past yet again, but Cater is like a caged wolf waiting in the reeds. He's just waiting to bide his time and see if he can steal a march on the 2 in front, because if they keep on battling the way they are, it's only a matter of time before Hayden Cater in the number 4 will get past for at least maybe 2nd, maybe even 3rd position at this rate. We go into just under 3.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap, as Haralambous is the widest out of the 3 from 2nd, 3rd and 4th going through Stadium. Into Reg's elbow they go. Short blast down to, and that's a huge splash through the water splash, and that has compromised Sean Berry, with Hayden Cater taking the inside run. This time they're side by side, and how did Berry hang on? Well, he hasn't hung on now because Cater's gone up the inside for 3rd place. So Berry just absolutely went splashing for water off of Reg's elbow. It compromised him, put Hayden Cater right on his back bumper. Cater seized the initiative through the infield hairpin, took the position. Berry tried to counter-offensive on the outside towards the outfield hairpin, and Cater said, "No, you don't." So change for third now. Great battle between these three very accomplished young drivers. So Hayden Cates has also been, he's had some running over in Europe this year with the Rotax Max Euro Trophy open back in April in karting Genk. And it's good to see him back at a track he knows very, very well indeed. Ah, brilliant. So, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. James Fitchie. We now have some socials. So, Atmore Racing saying, yes, Alfie. Well, that was 10 minutes ago. We've had another few minutes since then. I had a lot of shout-outs to Josh Patch saying good luck to SFR Motorsport. So Josh, who's now running in Mini X30, I think, if memory serves me correctly, having gone up from cadets. But the battle is still raging on. Now, Haralambous is not out of the woods for second position. In all honesty, it's not Cater's to win, it's Haralambous' to lose in terms of second. As we come into the last 90 seconds plus an additional lap, as Cater really taking the inside run. He's got the line on Haralambous, but Haralambous just has it hooked up. Coming out of the outfield hairpin, heading into pylon, as more bites and chunks out of curbs taken by Hayden Cater. He is wringing the neck of that Ralf Schumacher chassis with the number 4 emblazoned on it. So we go into the last 70 seconds, and it is still... Well, you know what they say, when you're not talking about the leader, he's doing a very good job. Well done, Liam Ferguson. 4.4 seconds ahead of this battle as Cater trying to go for second in the dying stages. Not quite happening yet, but we could see another 3 laps of action as the rain is starting to slightly intensify, in all honesty, which is why some drivers are starting to get called out. Even though they might be on wets, it will feel like they've got slicks on them. So let's just keep an eye on this battle for second, third, and fourth. So it's Sean Berry, who was in second before Haralambous got past him, is now the one with the ringside seat, but is right on the tail end Charlie, the rear bumper thereof of Hayden Cater, as they cross the start-finish line with around 20 seconds to go. As Haralambous, Cater, and Berry all pretty much take the similar line through stadium as they go into the left-hander at Reg's elbow, and whilst that's happening, Liam Ferguson is pretty much making his way through towards the back straightaway, which he's onto now. So the time is now expired. This is the penultimate lap. The leader now coming through into final for the penultimate time, but this battle for second, third, and fourth is absolutely brilliant and captivating to watch. So this time around, Liam Ferguson will get the final lap board, and he does so now, crosses the start-finish line as we speak. Gap now will probably be over at least 5.2 seconds, I think. Oh, that was a guess and a half, 5.2 seconds. Hayden Cater still trying to keep on sparring terms, let's say, with Alfie Haralambous, who's second. Sean Berry rounds out the top 4, second, third, and fourth, pretty much line astern. Leader very shortly will be coming down the back straight and heading into the pylon for the final time. And it's been a pretty good show. Oh, Sean Berry's nipping up the inside of Hayden Cater, but Cater does not want it to happen and goes power sliding round the outside of the 57 through the outfield hairpin. But now, as we say that, Liam Ferguson comes round paddock for the final time and again takes the checkered flag. Well done to the 65. Here comes the battle for second, third, and fourth, and it is going to be won by the number 11 of Alfie Haralambous. Hayden Cater takes third. Sean Berry tried to nip up the inside on the final lap like a cheeky squirrel. Trying to gather some nuts off of a tree on the outfield hairpin, but ended up having to settle for fourth. As a great battle there for what was ninth in the end, with Will Keith besting both Lewis Beret and Joe Habersham. George Whitbread ran it at the top 5 in the 23. Thomas Starrar in the 40 was 6th ahead of Tom Thompson. Pete Newman, Will Keith, Lewis Beret, Joe Habersham, Sam Gumbrell, Jack Richards, Chris Calava, and Tamsin Owen rounding out the 15 strong. But what a great battle for second place between Haralambous, Cater, and Berry all the way through the majority of that race just then. Right, so back with Senior Rotax we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony Jordan, who will, well, when you feel like it, maybe get you on for the business end for the finals if you want, my friend. Yes. Good, so Mr. Anthony Jordan, fresh from his antics with Ben Topless yesterday at the Spirit of the F100s at Butmore Park, which I happened to watch, and great job, by the way, my friend. That was on Alpha Live. We've got the 750 Motor Club also taking place at Snetterton this weekend, but we do have a grid to go through. So, for Senior Rotax Group B, heat number 2, lineup is as follows. Please apologise for those listening to the PA here at the circuit. We're having to run with 2 microphones. So, effectively, Mike Spencer lines up in the front row, and it will be a battle again between him and Aaron Drury for top honours on the front row. Then it's Sanders, Rawson, Stevenson, Keeble, Tom Sullivan, Kian McCarney, Lawrence Sverdloff, Miles Nathaniel James, Tonino Machichi, Luke Collins, Mark Knowles, Tom Richards, and Dean Wallace. 8 minutes on the clock. Red lights on the starting gantry. Do we go lights out? We go green this time around, and it's a clean start. Well, Drury's already trying to get himself in the lead, but Spencer up the inside to try and reassert that top position. And it's very close between the pair coming out of stadium, but Spencer gets the initial advantage. So Spencer already, and Drury is being assaulted from all fronts, from left, right, and behind, as the 47... Simon Keeble pulling alongside the 97 towards the outside of the infield hairpin. And it is just getting very chaotic, and it's getting very sideways. And that was also including the number 29 of Philip Rawson, who started on 3rd on the grid. So leaders coming through pylon, and someone's sending it like Daniel Ricciardo up the inside. Lick the stamp and send it, why don't you? Absolutely brilliant move. Whoever pulled that one off, if I can get a replay, that would be greatly appreciated. But Mike Spencer continues to lead, and he's got a gap of around about 0.8 of a second thus far. And puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 46.336. Aaron Drury in second. Simon Keeble in the 47 now, 3rd place. George Sanders, Riley Stevenson. Philip Rawson drops down to 6th position as a result of having to scrabble for traction a little bit earlier on in this race, as everyone's trying to trip all over each other as Mike Spencer gets away from the rest of the field. He is absolutely loving this at the moment, I bet, is the number 48. Replay here. Let's just see what happens. Spencer leads. Drury is being challenged. From behind, it's the 29 of Rawson. And then we also have the 47 of Keeble around the outside. And Rawson gets very sideways indeed, and it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of the outfield hairpin. So it's always a case of seeing what happens if someone puts the power too early, and Rawson ended up with being the unwilling recipient of a sideways drift out of the outfield hairpin, as there's more changes for position, and this time it looks like that's George Sanders up into 3rd. Great move up the inside of Simon Keeble. Well, no, that wasn't. That was Riley Stevenson. Well, here we go. It's absolutely kicking off here. So Sanders is ahead of that train. Riley Stevenson is just behind the 47 of Simon Keeble, and then just behind we should have the 29 of Mr. Sideways, Philip Rawson. So Rawson really trying to get the bit between the teeth and start charging forward and moving ahead, and it is working in his favour thus far. So the 51 of George Sanders now assumes 3rd position. And it's being closely contested, looks to be by Simon, no, that's not Simon Keeble, that's Riley Stevenson there. Now the weather has gotten a bit towards the pendulum of worsening, as rain is falling a bit more recalcitrantly here at Rye House. That's a bit of alliteration for you, and a word that probably not a lot of people know about. But there we go, 5 minutes and 7 plus an additional lap left to go in Heat 2 for Group B for Senior Rotax. As more drivers getting caught out, the conditions are going to start worsening now. And this is where someone with varied skills over both a track that is improving and then a track that is decreasing in grip and surface area, where you can get the ultimate purchase, is going to be the key point in who wins the 2019 London Cup in all 5 categories here this weekend. And someone's had to go very wide off the barriers. Oh, that was very close indeed, I must say. And that driver is the 41, that looks like. And now that's the 47 of Simon Keeble, who's just been passed by Philip Rawson. So Rawson went sideways a couple of laps ago. He's running on the CRG chassis there, a chassis that's well known and versed if you happen to be a fan of Max Verstappen from Aston Martin Red Bull Racing. He won a FIA World Karting Championship on a CRG chassis, no less. So we've gone past half-time. Less than 4 minutes plus an additional lap left to go. Mike Spencer now has a comfortable lead over Aaron Drury, the number 97, by just 1.6 seconds. George Sanders sets his personal best of the race thus far in the 51. 45.918. Other drivers making personal best. Dean Wallace down in 12th behind Tonino Machici. Lawrence Sverdlov and Tom Richards round out the top 10, with Philip Rawson now up into 5th, and is definitely making sure good his intentions as the leaders, which is Spencer, Drury. Now Sanders crosses the line, and the gap between the three of them is just under 4 seconds. As the battle royale between Messrs Rawson and Keeble carry on, as they get past one of the back markers that could possibly I'm seeing who that is. Well, that was very, very close indeed for Philip Rawson. Nearly lost out position there to Simon Keeble, as Keeble took the inside line onto the infield hairpin, whilst Philip Rawson went water spotting off of Reg's elbow, as the pair just literally vaults over the curbs like a couple of gymnasts over pommel horses. And again, you know, these curbs are going to get worse as the race progresses, and especially if they're flat surface curbs. Whereas if they've got a bit more bite, a bit more elevation to them, they will literally, the driver will fill everything through the coccyxes. Again, Rawson not being let out of the woods, let's say, by Simon Keeble. So Rawson again narrowly misses that puddle, but this time around he's got the measure of Keeble, as Keeble's scrabbling behind the steering wheel to keep it planted, and goes with a tighter line on the back straight, heading down towards pylon they go. So Rawson doing a good job, as Keeble went tighter still on the apex and got the run on Rawson coming out of pylon, but Rawson takes the time line coming out of paddock. This is absolutely mesmerising and captivating to watch as we go into the last minute and 3/4, as both Rawson and Keeble really fighting for traction through stadium. Oh, that's close. They nearly had front to rear bumper contact there, with Keeble nearly going up the back bumper of Rawson on that particular occasion. Spencer still has a 2.1 second lead with lap number 9. There we go. It's happened, but again, Keeble's gone for the inside run on Rawson, and Keeble stumbled, and Rawson went, oh, thank you, and then, just for customary good measure, bumps the curbs in pylon. So Drury is about 2 seconds up the road from George Sanders, as Drury crosses the line. Lap number 10 now, 1 minute to go, plus an additional lap. So it is Spencer, Drury, Sanders, Stevenson, Rawson, Keeble. Tom Sullivan is about 2.2 seconds behind that battle, or he was. Well, he's a bit further adrift now. That's 4.6 seconds for the 46. Kieran McCarney, Lawrence Sverdlov and Tom Richards seem to be embroiled in a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th place. Dean Wallace still remaining in 11th position ahead of Tonino Machici. Luke Collins, Miles Nathaniel James, Mark Knowles, and is the last of the... now, what was just going on there? Kieran McCarney, I think, just got past Lawrence Sverdlov, which he has done. So Sverdlov battling off Tom Richards, who rounds out the top 10. 20 seconds on the clock remaining. Both Spencer and Drury now go on to lap number 11, as does Sanders, Stevenson, Rawson and Keeble. So at the minute, good work here by Kieran McCarney, still keeping things very much on point. So the timer is now clicked down to 0. That's it, the time is expired. So Mike Spencer will be on his penultimate lap of the race, and he's got a clear, comfortable gap of 2.6 seconds between himself. And as I say that, he puts in the fastest lap of the race of 45.576, and also takes the last lap board. And meanwhile, a little bit further, it's not out of the woods yet for Lawrence Sverdlov for 9th position. He's got Tom Richards breathing down the back of his Nomex at the minute, as they cross the start-finish line. Top 11 now have crossed the line, which includes Dean Wallace, as Mike Spencer powers his way towards pylon puts on the anchors, drifts it slightly sideways towards the right of the chassis, and through the S's for the final time. It's going to be 2 for 2 in Group V for Senior Max. This time it is Mike Spencer who takes the checkered flag quite comfortably. Aaron Drury crosses the line, 3.3 seconds adrift. George Sanders third, 5.4 seconds off of the leader, ahead of Riley Stevenson. Philip Rawson wins the battle between himself and Simon Keeble for 5th place. Tom Sullivan crosses the line to finish in 7th. Kieran McCarney will take 8th ahead of Lawrence Sverdlov, who narrowly hangs on in front of Tom Richards, who completes the top 10. Dean Wallace in 11th ahead of Tonino Machichi. Well, actually, no, Miles Nathaniel James took 12th. Tonino Machichi might have had an issue, and yep, had a 53.2 on that last lap. Drops him down to 14th, with Mark Knowles being classified 2 laps down off of the leaders. But Mike Spencer also makes it 2 for 2 this weekend in Senior Rotax here for continuing coverage of the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited, with our live stream being presented to you by Alpha Live Productions. Right, this time we've got Rotax 177 action here to get underway for their second and penultimate race, or heats thereof, of the 2019 London Cup here in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire. The rain is coming at us from all directions. Nevertheless, we stay resolute and we go racing as true Brits do here. So, the grid will be as follows. Ben Cowley and Alfie Cockrell will be on the front row. Nathan Chafer, Adam Sadler, Oliver Smith, James Webb, Andrea DeLuca, Nick Skelton, Scott Klee and Jim Rainbird round out the top 10. Then we will also have the likes of a few others, which will be Aaron Timberlake, no relation to Justin, of course. Joe Hunt will round out the top 12 as we have gone. Now that's a false start as I was going through the grid there. They should really give him an extra formation lap. Build up the anticipation for the race, shall we? John Soule, Hugo Pereira, Max Williams, Tim Darlow, Richard Allison, Sylvanus Klimas, Andrew Wilkins, Damien Evans, Charlie Whaley and Lee Morgan. That is the complete grid. Well, Lee Morgan would have been racing, I think, this weekend. However, a bit different this time around as we get the rolling start formation underway here for the penultimate Rotax 177 heat of the 2019 Rye House London Cup. For those here at the circuit, don't forget to head to the 360 Performance stand where you have an opportunity to have a chance of winning £500 worth of vouchers to go to their facility in Milton Keynes. So, let's see. Second time around, do we go racing? Cowley and Cockrell on the front row. The revs on the Rotax engines roar into life, and they go past the cone. Do we go lights out this time? We've gone green lights. That's it. Good start. But Cockrell way round the outside of Stadium. This could really compromise his run. but he's got to try and get past Ben Cowley. And in the meantime, Oliver Smith is going to try and move his way up towards the front of the field. So Cowley holding on. Second, it's Cockrell. Third, it's the 67 of Adam Sadler. But Sadler's going to mug the lot of them unless Cockrell can hang on for the lead. Cockrell's got the run going into pylon. He's going to get the lead. Sadler hung out to dry. Cowley up to second through pylon. So Sadler now back into third position. James Webb up into fourth. Fifth place as they come across the start-finish line. Good shout-out from Little Licks on watching on YouTube. I'm watching and I'm there. Well, why aren't you watching? You're here. Alfie Cockrell now has the lead of this race and is 0.366 of a second ahead of Ben Cowley. Adam Sadler, James Webb, Nathan Chafer and Oliver Smith round out the top six. Jim Rainbird now up from 9th to 7th position on the road. Nick Skelton, Hugo Pereira now back up into 9th place, having started from 13th as the Portuguese driver, running on the 0-1. 6 minutes 43, Cockrell hustling it through paddock. And everyone else just behind, just trying to keep up with the 53. Two-time Roy House IKR 177 Rotax champion as the number 2 of Chafer goes up the inside of Sadler, who gets the switchback. And then it's changed again, just literally in one sweeping corner. Third place has changed 3 times. First to Nathan Chafer, back to Adam Sadler, now Chafer back in front. So you can probably see that the water hitting the camera lenses means that the rain is again intensifying. The driver's really under pressure right now to perform in inclemental conditions. So 6 minutes and 12, plus an additional lap. Contact warning for the driver currently down in what is 16th position from 7th on the grid, Andrea De Luca. Excuse me. So Oliver Smith has now got past James Webb for 5th. Hugo Pereira gets past Jim Rainbird for 7th place. Joe Hunt now hits the top 10 in 10th position. Sylvanas Klimas up past Charlie Whaley, who's now down in 18th, ahead of Andrew Wilkins and Richard Allison in the 27. Some more moves happening up the inside now. Coming out of the outfield hairpin, that looks to be Sadler and Chafer again, I believe. Battling as contact warning now this time for the number 16 and 14th position. That's Scott Clee. So Cockrell at the moment has got a big gap between himself and Ben Cowley. Cockrell sets a 46.638, 46.651 best effort from Ben Cowley, who's now 1.9 seconds behind. Joe Hunt gets past Nick Skelton for 9th position, so the 66 making his way up through the top 10 quite measuringly there. So Scott Clee in 13th, ahead of John Stoll now in the 46. As drivers really having to fight the elements now. It's getting worse, it's getting windier, it's getting a bit wetter out there. As Chafer now in front once again of Adam Sadler, who's got Oliver Smith and James Webb right behind the number 67. So Smith looking to get up into 4th position as we're now with 4 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap left to go in this penultimate Rotax 177 heat of the 2019 London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. So Chafer again is pulling away. He's actually taken over 0.4 of a second on the lap time delta off of Ben Cowley as Sadler is battling away with with Oliver Smith, and it doesn't end well for the 67, who drops another position as James Webb, and the 3 gets past, and now Sadler clearly getting the elbows out. He doesn't want any of this. He just wants to be at the sharp end of the field come the final later on today in the 2019 London Cup. Charlie Wadey gets past the 2.27 and Max Williams for 16th. So Sadler gets a contact warning. No surprise there. 3 minutes and 13 plus an additional lap as Oliver Webb now takes 4th. James Webb 5th. Adam Sadler takes 6th and a contact warning for his trouble. So we've had 3 in this race. One to Andrea De Luca, who's in 15th. Scott Clee, who's in 13th. And now the driver who's currently in 6th position, Adam Sadler. Track declared wet by the race officials, so it is a wet race meeting, and it is continuing to be a wet one because we are having rain here at the circuit. Current air ambient temperature is 12 degrees, and believe you me, it feels a lot colder than that, despite the fact that people might say, well, you're sitting in a commentary box. Well, when I go outside, it's cold. So I feel for every single person out there spectating here at the circuit, and also the marshalling team and the entire Rye Kart Raceway staff here in Hoddesdon. So the fastest lap of the race no longer is in the hands of Alfie Cockrell. It's now in the hands of Nathan Chafer, who is closing down on Ben Cowley for second position. In the last couple of moments of this race, he's just taken over 5.5 tenths out of the 22. So the two gunning for P2 at the minute. Now on to lap number 8. Cockrell now going through, looks to be pylon at the moment. So the 53 looking to assert his relevance in this weekend. As we have 1 minute and 53 seconds on the clock remaining to go. And oh, we've got someone not taking any further part. That is the number 17 Kart. Now, I don't remember seeing a 17 on the entry list, but if so, that could be a kart from earlier on, I think. I'm not too sure. I will have to be 100% completely honest on that front. You're trying to juggle, when you're trying to juggle with multiple screens, it's quite a different one. So we're saying Harry Friel on YouTube saying, go Alfie Cockrell. Thank you, Harry. So, Harry Friel says, go Alfie Cockrell, who's currently leading the race. We've got 40 seconds on the clock remaining, plus 1 additional lap, as more changes have happened. Both Tim Darlow and Aaron Timberlake now occupy 10th and 11th position, having got past Nick Skelton, who's dropped a couple of positions down the order. Charlie Whaley's got past Scott Clee for 13th position. As this battle here now, this is between James Webb and Adam Sadler for 5th, as both Cowley has been passed now by Nathan Chafer, so it was only a matter of time before that actually happened. And we go into the final couple of seconds, and that's it. The time's expired. 8 minutes are up. So it's very much a case of how far ahead up the road is Alfie Cockrell. Well, ahead of Nathan Chafer, he's up to the tune of 4.109 seconds here in the penultimate race for the heat stages of the 177 Rotax division, as Ben Cowley's just lost now 3rd place, and that is to Oliver Smith. Smith took over 2.5 tenths of a second and neatly made the move up the inside of the 33 through pylon, as Webb still battling away tooth and nail with Sadler for what is 5th place. So last lap board it is, and Alfie Cockrell has gone through Reggie's elbow for the last time of asking. And he's got a gap of around 3.7 seconds between himself and Nathan Chafer. So leader now comes down the back straight. Alfie Cockrell powers his way towards pylon, and then is able to make good his intentions through the S's for the final time, round the final right-hander at paddock. And here he comes, the 53 from Kartech. Alfie Cockrell takes a Rotax 177 win here at Rye House. A bit of a good, nice bit of round of applause from Gary Parsons, who I see on the start-finish straights. Nathan Chafer takes 2nd position ahead of Oliver Smith, who sets his best lap of the race at the end of that exchange in 3rd. Ben Cowley would finish 4th at the end. And then we'd have James Webb, Adam Sadler, Hugo Pereira from Portugal finished in 7th place ahead of Jim Rainbird, Joe Hunt, Charlie Whaley, Tim Darlow, Aaron Timberlake, Nick Skelton, Scott Clee, John Soule, Max Williams, Andrea DeLuca, Sylvanas Klimas, Andrew Wilkins, and Richard Allison, completing the 20 strong that finished the penultimate race of the heat stages for the 2019 Rye House London Cup for Rotax 177. Right, well, if we can just pick up the camera on the infield hairpin, Mr. Director, you can just see the amount of waterfall actually hitting the circuit. So as the field comes through, you can see it is coming down here at Rye House. And next up is Bambino Comer Heat 3 for Group A. So this is the last stages of this preliminary qualification session for the 2019 London Cup. Here presented to you in association with Screed Force Limited, who have are proud, according to their director, to be a proud sponsor of the London Cup, and it's great to have them, which without them we wouldn't be able to provide the live stream, thanks to our good friends at streaming partners Alpha Live. So we have a grid, and it is as follows. Noah Baglin will line up on the front row ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak. Harley Musk will start from P3, and we'll have Ada Sexton in the 84 alongside Ria Licata in 5th place. Alongside will be the 66 of Teddy Porter. The pair like spinning a little bit, but obviously the wet weather conditions, you can mitigate that. You can't give them, you know, these kids need all the confidence in the world, and I think by getting themselves up and picking themselves up from spins is just showing how much they're pushing. Rounding out the grid, it's Alfie Mew in the 32, Felix Hill in the 16, and Kalian Russell in the 67. So the grid is being cleared. The rain is really coming down right now. Red lights on the starting gantry. Do we go green? Yes, we do. And who's going to get the best start? Who's going to get into Stadium Bend first? Well, it's possibly not going to be... it's not going to be Noah Baglin, but Ada Sexton taking a wider line, I think trying to avoid the standing water puddles on the inside of Stadium. She's battling away with Harley Musk for 3rd place. As the driver that's managed to get the best start of anybody is Luca Holmes-Balak, the number 6. Baglin in 2nd. 3rd place is Musk, as Ada Sexton actually goes up the inside of both Musk. And has she got past Baglin? Not quite. Musk goes up the inside of the 84 and also the 17. Oh, clatters into Baglin. That's allowed Sexton to get through. 3 wide out of the outfield hairpin. And Baglin holds on by the skin of his Nomex. Musk getting ultra aggressive. But in these wet weather conditions, sometimes you have to pay due diligence in order to maximise your opportunity. Musk now past Baglin into 2nd place. Sexton looks like Licata in just behind, and that's in 5th place. Then we've got Teddy Porter in 6th. Harley Musk, in the meantime, has got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.917, fastest out of anybody. And there was only a gap of around 0.572 of a second between him and Luca Holmes-Balak, who is still leading. 6 minutes and 37 to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. So, Luca Holmes Black trying to keep it nice and clean and composed and hit every braking point, every apex. Turn the steering wheel to the right amount of degrees to then be able to power out of the corners correctly with using the right throttle modulation. But it's not easy for any of our competitors, including our youngest ones out on circuit at the moment. So it's getting a bit spicy between Licata and also number 17 of Noah Baglin. So Licata up into 4th, past Ada Sexton, who's now dropped down to 5th position, just ahead of Teddy Porter. Then we've got Alfie Mew a little bit further back. We've also got Felix Hill and Kalian Russell. Kalian Russell last time around was about 7.1 off the leader, who continues to be Luca Holmes Black. In the number 6, Harley Musk takes a wider line, but is going to sweep through Stadium and use that momentum to close up on the number 6 towards Reg's elbow, and this carries the momentum forwards to the infield hairpin. So Musk won't get a run on him possibly on this lap. Maybe might get it into pylon or could wait until the next lap, but I don't think he's going to hang around for much longer. It's Harley Musk in the 21. 5.5 minutes remaining. Musk using that wider line to keep the tyres cool. So where the standing water puddles are, it can do one of two things as Musk goes for the lead, and he takes it just before the entrance to pylon. Brilliant manoeuvre, but goes wide. Luca Holmes Black gets the better run coming out of pylon, through the complex, into the S's, now into paddock. And that was a great move from Harley Musk. Absolutely brilliant job from the 21. One of our youngest, if not our youngest competitors out there. And now he has a gap between himself and Luca Holmes Black to just over 0.67 of a second. But that was a move and a half. That was brazen and brave heading into pylon. And it was planted as well. 4 minutes and 36 plus an additional lap left on the clock to go. So Harley Musk still leads. And Harry Friel says to Felix Hill, come on, Felix, get your head down. Well, he's doing his best, Harry. And he gets a thumbs up. So Felix running in 8th position, best lap from him. So Harry Friel is definitely putting out, yeah, he agrees with me. Nice move, Harley. So, but Harley Musk now leading the way, but Luca Holmes Black is not letting him out of his sight. Let's be completely truthful here. The gap was 0.673 of a second. It's going to be less than that now. It's 0.7. Rio Licata set his personal best on that last lap time, as did Noah Baglin and Teddy Porter, who's now in front of Ada Sexton. And now he's on the back bumper of Noah Baglin. So Baglin really under the cosh. Could lose out 4th position very, very shortly. Felix Hill's had a bit of a disaster on that last lap, unfortunately. 1 minute 7.3. Well, that's his best effort. But Kalian Russell's just gone and done a 1 minute 4. So Felix Hill just struggling with the conditions, I think, as a lot of the drivers will be. As I think I just saw that Rio Licata came across a standing water puddle coming out of the outfield hairpin, and it could have put the number 9 into a spin. But just behind Noah Baglin, just being pressurised by Teddy Porter for what is 4th on the road as they come out of the complex into the S's as the leaders now. And Luca Holmes Black looks to be a lot closer to Harley Musk this time around, as is Teddy Porter on Noah Baglin. And same distance, 0.7 between 1st and 2nd. And Baglin is kept ahead of Teddy Porter, but just by a mere 10th or so of a second. Painted Heather says, come on, Harley. So Harley Musk definitely getting a lot of cheers in this race. So 2 minutes 37 plus an additional lap left to go in what is the penultimate qualifying heat for the Bambino Comers in the 2019 Rye House London Cup, presented in association with Screed Force Limited. Oh, we've had a spin. We've had 2 spins. Ada Sexton's one of them. The other one is Teddy Porter with 2 minutes and 15 out on the outfield hairpin. And again, the appreciation for Harley Musk just comes in from the Maddox 2008 on YouTube. So both Teddy Porter, they've lost that. That's Alfie Mew in front of them in the 32. So Alfie Mew moves up a couple of positions. That looks to put him in P5 as Harley Musk extends the gap, I think. He does, and over doubles it and puts in the fastest lap of the race in the process. A 1 minute .865 from the 21. He's nearly 1.5 seconds ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak. Rio Licata is in third and is closing in by around about 0.3 of a second. Noah Baglin fourth. Alfie Mew now capitalises and takes back what is effectively fifth position, but is being hounded by the 66 of Teddy Porter. Porter needs to get this right and not cause a problem and potentially spin out like he did on the last lap. So this is really riveting to watch. You think that that's funny when you were able to do things like text on a smartphone, watch a live stream, and we got another comment in from this time Damien Jacobs. Keep going, Harley, good lad. 40 seconds on the clock still to go. Luca Holmes-Balak and Noah Baglin round out the top four. With Rio Licata in the middle of that, as Teddy Porter getting really aggressive on the back bumper of Alfie Mew, looking to get back into fifth place, but Ada Sexton has time not on her side. I will be completely truthful, because she's got 15 seconds to try and get past, and she gets caught on the apex. The front wheels just lock up with the curb, and she gets caught out there. So Ada Sexton really has to try and power towards the two in front, and they're going side by side. Porter and Mew alongside each other. Mew is going to have to slot back into sixth position as Teddy Porter powers past towards the outside run on pylon. But Mew definitely saying, well, Teddy, I'm going to come at you. As last lap board goes out to Harley Musk. So we've had Cockney 10 saying on YouTube going, go Teddy. So last lap board it is as Teddy Porter overtakes Alfie Mew on that last lap to take P5. So leaders at the moment, well, Harley Musk coming through the infield hairpin for the last time, and he's going to be on the short blast down towards the outfield hairpin, which will put them onto the back straight for the final time. Here he comes. So Harley Musk a little bit further ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak with Rio Licata down in third place as Harley Musk negotiates the entrance, and now the exit of pylon into the complex for the final time. Comes the 20 down around the final time through paddock and across the start-finish line. Very, very shortly comes the fluorescent green number 21 of Harley Musk, who takes the win for the last of three preliminary heats for Group A of the Bambino Comers. Luca Holmes-Balak takes second, a very jubilant Rio Licata, and also Teddy Porter, who take third and fifth respectively. And Teddy Porter on the last lap made his best lap attempt of the race. Noah Baglin in fourth, Alfie Mew in sixth place after that great battle between him and Teddy Porter coming out of the outfield hairpin on the penultimate lap, with Porter stealing it going into the outside of pylon. Ada Sexton would go spinning around and unfortunately not in her favour, ending up seventh, with Felix Hill in eighth and Kalian Russell rounding out the top 10, top 9. But Harley Musk absolutely overjoyed with that comfortable victory by 2.3 seconds ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak, with Rio Licata rounding out the top 3. One more heat to go for Bambino Comers. Next up, it's Group B, Heat 3. In the words of Captain Slow, buffeting. For those watching on the live stream at home, you probably can tell what I'm talking about. There's a bit of a crosswind on the infield hairpin on the camera there, so and the rain is intensifying very, very much further. Good, nice comment from the Maddox 2008 on YouTube. Well done, Harley. Proud mummy. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? That's what we like. Brilliant comments like that. Cockney 10 says, well done, Teddy. I feel sorry for our camera crew and the mark. You're right out there, Greg. Greg's actually just stationed just in front of my commentary position, which is on the other side of the circuit. But we do have a grid. It's been a good weekend so far for Henry Carter. He starts on pole position in Bambino Comer Group B, Heat 3. Alongside will be the 53 of Isaac Barker. Max Endicott and Leo Anya will complete row number 2 in numbers 18 and 10. Hopefully Leo has a better time around after impaling himself, unfortunately, on the front bumper of Harper Das on the infield hairpin last time out when Harper went spinning. And we've got Sergio Wirtz in 5th on the 5. Albert Friend in the 19. He's 6th ahead of Harper Das and Connor Winfield. That rounds out the 8 strong. So after this, we'll have a B final, where the top 4 out of that final will go into the A final and have a chance to compete for the London Cup in 2019. So the grid is cleared. Let's see. Red lights on the starting gantry for the last of the Bambino preliminary heats of the 2019 London Cup. We get underway in racing, and it's a great start once again from Isaac Barker. Henry Carter comes alive a little bit later on in the race, but he doesn't get the start quite right yet. But it doesn't really mean that where you start is necessarily where you are going to finish. But with what Henry Carter's trying to do, he's trying to get up very quickly and pass Isaac Barker. And the line is turned through the infield hairpin for the very first time of asking. Max Endicott in 3rd, Leo Anya in 4th. Sergio Wirtz rounds out the top 5. As the wind is definitely picking up. As great battle between Endicott and Anya. This is for 3rd place. Anya just behind the number 18 as they both go single file into pylon. So Peter File says, go for it, 72. Yep, that's Henry Carter, who's currently in 2nd position at the moment, as the leaders now come through paddock to complete lap number 1 out of this race. As it's definitely a drag race here. This is between Endicott and Anya, I believe. That is the case. So Anya, if he's going to hold on, he's going to try and do it around the outside, and doesn't. Has to slot back into 4th position behind Max Endicott. Harper Das and Connor Winfield both set their best laps of the race so far. A 1 minute 9.820 for Harper Das and Connor Winfield, 1 minute 10.265. But Isaac Barker is flying at the moment. He is clearly nearly a second quicker per lap than Isaac Barker, as Leo Anya trying to go up the inside of Max Endicott for 3rd place. Onto the back straight. Not quite yet. So Anya just really having to bide his time and see where he can decide on how to get past. So 6 minutes and 34 seconds on the clock remaining. Isaac Barker continues to lead this race quite comfortably, but Henry Carter is having something else to say about this, because he is closing the gap now down to 0.5, half a second. Henry Carter took over 3.5 tenths out of Isaac Barker, as Hannah Bailey says, come on, Henry. And we will be oh, there's disaster there. That's Harper Das that's just been pushed off of the circuit there. He's just come to a stop off of pylon. That's a real shame for the youngster being pushed down the pit entrance. So down to 7 competitors we go. But the battle for the lead is still being hotly contested. Henry Carter definitely has got the hurry up through his system, as he's got about 5 minutes or so to try and get past Isaac Barker. He doesn't need to push the envelope of adhesion quite yet. However, Anya, in the meantime, is going side by side with Max Endicott for 3rd. He's going to get the run. He switches it up the... that was a brilliant move from Leo Anya there. That was great. He went side by side with Max Endicott and just put it on the inside of the exit of the S's. But now Endicott coming back at Anya. Anya going to the defensive line very, very quickly to counter the attack from Endicott. Meanwhile, Henry Carter, again, has taken 2 tenths of a second out of the leader, which is continuing to be Isaac Barker thus far. And Barker at the minute is about 3 tenths of a second ahead. So we still have plenty of this race still to go. Sorry about that. That's one mic brushing against another. That's the problem with a headset and a PA mic. You've got to try and work with both. My bad. 4 minutes and 26 to go, plus an additional lap here in the last preliminary heat for the 2019 London Cup for the Bambinos. We'll have 2 more before the lunch break. So in the minute, Isaac Barker continues to lead, but it won't be for much longer if Henry Carter continues at this mammoth Herculean pace that he's putting in. But Isaac Barker was exactly 1/10 of a second quicker on that last tour. A 1 minute 1.560 from Barker. 1 minute 1.660 from Carter. Anya is about 4 seconds off of this battle and is pulling away from Max Endicott around about half a second. That's the gap between them at the moment, or 6/10 thereof, as the leaders now coming round the outfield hairpin. As the wind really is picking up right now, the camera lens is just being saturated by the rainfall that is not willing to go away in any way, shape or fashion. So 3 minutes 11 plus an additional lap. Henry Carter was nearly 4/10 of a second behind Isaac Barker. It looks to be a little bit closer on this particular occasion as Carter goes towards the outside, and the gap now is 0.5. So, and Isaac Barker in the meantime set the fastest lap of the race. So Carter not having all his own way. And that was, so it's 0.3, but Carter got a real good run coming out of Reggie's elbow there. He's going up the inside, he's going for the lead. Is he going to get it on the infield hairpin? No, Barker goes for the cutback. It's side by side between the leaders heading to the outfield hairpin. Barker's got the inside line, he's going to take it initially. So Barker's going to go back at Carter. And it's side by side heading towards pylon. Carter's got the lead. He's got the run going into pylon. Makes the move. Takes the lead with around 2 minutes and 5 on the clock remaining. Plus an additional lap left to go. So through paddock. So Barker now in second. Let's see how far the gap is between him in second position and Henry Carter, who now leads. And it's 0.36, so he's turned it from a 5/10 of a second deficit to a 0.364 of a second advantage. That is basically an 8.6 of a second switch in the favour of the number 72, who now leads. But we go into the last 90 seconds here. So... that's Sergio Vitz spun on the infield hairpin there, running as high as 6th position, so he'll still retain it because there's a big gap between himself and Connor Winfield, who's running in 7th place. So leaders coming through, they are pushing. They are pushing the limits of adhesion, are our 2 young leaders. As we go into the last 60 seconds. Henry Carter still continues to lead, and the gap now has extended to 0.765 of a second. Henry Carter now puts in the fastest lap of the race. He's just on a 60.694. Nice comment from Jax FD on YouTube. Brilliant racing. Keep it going, Bambinos. Well, Jax FD, you're going to have a lot more fun to look out for. Oh, there's a spin for the second place runner, Isaac Barker, on what is potentially the penultimate lap of this race. Just lost it, probably under braking, going into the outfield, the infield hairpin. He still keeps second for the moment, but that's going to be allowing Leo Anya and also Max Endicott to close up. Hannah Bailey says, yes, Henry Carter, who basically I think is going to take, they're going to go through paddock for the penultimate time of asking. And first to get the final lap board will be Henry Carter. It's the last lap of the preliminary stages of qualifying for the A finals and B finals for the 2019 Rye House London Cup for our Bambino Comer competitors. Barker still in second, Anya third, Endicott 4th. Albert Friend sets his best lap of the race with a 1 minute 1.998 on the penultimate lap. He stays in 5th. Sergio Vitz will cross the line very shortly to take 6th place. and go on his fastest lap. So just keeping an eye on where our leader is. He's on the back straight now, is Henry Carter. Plying his trade as a young, plucky Bambino Comer competitor. The 72 with the bright fluorescent yellow and bright turquoise blue adorning the front Nassau plates, the front fairing and the side pods of his kart. He makes his way round paddock, and again, another time to celebrate early for Henry Carter, who does it again here at Rye House, takes a commanding victory, punches the air with one fist aloft, as Isaac Barker finishes in second. Leo Anya takes a well-deserved third position, just fractionally ahead of Max Endicott, with Albert Friend rounding out the top 5. Here comes Sergio Vias in the number 5, taking 6th position. And there's still one more competitor to wait for. Unfortunately, we lost Harper Das on lap number 2 of this race. So Connor Winfield is about 2/3 of the way round the lap. So he should very shortly be coming through towards pylon. Well, here he is, coming through the S's, and into paddock for the final time comes Connor Winfield to take a well-deserved 7th place finish, does the number 27. But 3 early celebrations in a row from Henry Carter. Let's see what happens in the A final, shall we, Mr. Director? Because that's coming up a little bit later on. So after this, what will happen is that the Bambino Comers will be split into 2 groups. Anthony Sassar says, yes, H-Dog, obviously referring to Henry. Jax FD says, great racing, Albie Friend, keep pushing. Phil Pedlar also says, great lap to Albie Friend. So Albie also got a few supporters out there. So that is it for the qualification stages for the 2019 Rye House London Cup, presented in association with Screed Force Limited, who are proud sponsors of the 2019 London Cup, being broadcasted live and direct thanks to streaming experts Alpha Live here in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, just half an hour away from the hometown of 5-time Formula One World Champion, Mr. Lewis Carl Hamilton. I have to say a big thank you to every single one of our cameramen that are braving the elements. We just had every single one of them being shown up because I'm watching 3 different screens as well as watching social media on my phone, so that's 4, as well as trying to look out the window. You could call that 5 maybe. But we've just seen how wet the cameramen are getting, so they're going to be very, very welcome to a very well-deserved lunch break, and also to the marshalling team here at Rye House. They've been braving the elements as well. So we have our penultimate race before the lunch break, which will be closed out by Junior Rotax, but this time it's Honda Cadets, all 24 now on the circuit. So it looks like the grid is going to be as follows. Ethan Simmons and Connor Duncan will be on row 1. Hayden Eldridge and Josh Agenbar, row 2. Casey Lynch and Tal Butler, row 3. Wesley Swain, William Murphy, row 4, with Emily Jackson and Josh Graham, row 5. Ralph Youngling, Joe Cheek, Anthony Parfitt, Simon Parfitt, James Bell ran at the top 15. Ahead of Timur Youngling, Yihan Kalichan, Jarrett Clark, Adam Woodham, Milo Madison, Andor Zolontai, Ian Alexandru Marginal, Amin Saran, and Antoni Witkowski. Now, if people are wondering why the grids are different, it's because it's based on points accumulated. So Simmons is ahead of everybody and looks to claim 3 straight victories in Honda Cadet. So we wait for the red lights to go on the starting gantry. And that's not the red light I'm looking for. That's the flashing red light. There we go, red lights on the starting gantry, and we go green. Lights out, and off they go for the last of 3 preliminary heats, and that was very close between Ethan Simmons and Connor Duncan heading into stadium. But Simmons manages to take the racing line very, very quickly. So as they all swarm their way, it's nearly 3-4 abreast as always in Honda Cadet. It could get very, very ugly very, very quickly. Oh, that's close. That's 2 by 2. Hurrah, out of the outside of the infield hairpin. And some could have nearly been clattering into. And we've had multiple karts off of the outfield hairpin on just lap 1 alone. As someone trying to get moving. As that's the 26. And that is that's Emily Jackson. Emily Jackson, who finished in P9 last time around, she's out. Tao Butler, in the meantime, well, the lead has changed, and it's no longer in the hands of Ethan Simmons. It's now the O-plate of Connor Duncan, who has got Tao Butler, and also Ethan Simmons breathing down the back of his bumper. Simmons sends it up the inside of Butler to go up through the inside hairpin to take second. Side by side between the pair. Tao Butler pushed towards the outside, but then goes up on the cutback. Up the inside of Simmons. It's getting really, really feisty at the front of the field as Simmons is going to try. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. Side pod to side pod. Simmons trying to get towards the inside line, trying to power past Butler. And there's a contact warning again now for Yihan Kalichern as well, in the number 13 from RHP Racing. He's currently in 20th position at the minute with Emily Jackson. I think, unfortunately, no longer taking any further participation as Simmons goes for the lead up the inside of Duncan through stadium. Takes the tighter line and sends the O-plate round the outside, hung out to dry, or has he? The pair are side by side through Reg's elbow. Oh, this is getting really dicey. Tao Butler could capitalise if the 2 at the front just kept on squabbling, and they are like a pack of hound dogs out there at the front of the Honda Cadet field. As Butler's going to mug the pair of them, is he? He can't. Seriously, no way. If Tao Butler gets the lead, I'll eat my hat. I don't have one, actually. But Connor Duncan gets a contact warning for his efforts. So Simmons retakes the lead and goes round the outside of Duncan through pylon on the exit. Oh, mamma mia, in the words of Tom Coronel. But that was a great move from Simmons. He wants to get 3 on the bounce. This is going to put him on pole for the final. So Joe Cheek, as Anthony Parfitt drops all the way down to 15th position. And that's from round about 9th. This is a bit of laughter down the background. Anthony Jordan, you look like you need, yeah, it's all kicking off because there's someone obviously laughing in the background and putting me off. Hey. He's got one of those fits where you go comatose a little bit. As Tao Butler is trying to go past. Connor Duncan retakes the lead. Simmons in second. Tao Butler could have had the pair of them coming out of the outfield hairpin. But the man of standing water is really spicing things up as Simmons goes up the inside of Duncan and takes the lead by paddock on the apex. But whilst they've been battling, there's been one driver that is keeping pace, and that is Josh Agenbar, who's pulling alongside Tao Butler and has got past him through the first part of stadium. Butler up the inside of Agenbar to retake 3rd place behind Connor Duncan in 2nd. As Agenbar goes back up the inside of the 42. Just behind them is the number 92 of Wesley Swain. Hayden Eldridge rounds out the top 6 as it's getting really feisty between Messrs Agenbar and Butler. And Butler now trying to pull alongside the number 16, who runs him a bit wide. Oh, that was 4 wheels off the track. Tao Butler had could not do anything about that. But there was no contact between the pair. But he did use a bit of the runoff area, but he did slot back in position. So Wesley Swain, Hayden Eldridge, that's 5th and 6th. Josh Graham, Casey Lynch, William Murphy and Joe Cheek round out the, well, Hayden Eldridge has actually dropped down to 8th place as Josh Graham and Casey Lynch have got past the 51 with Lynch and Murphy and Youngling. That's Ralph Youngling. James Bell rounds out the top 12. They've set their best lap times of the race thus far. And there's a lot of chatter on YouTube. Casey Okoro on YouTube says, cracking cadet race in tough conditions. You're telling me. Harry Friel says, come on, Tao Butler, keep pushing. There's someone else saying, who I'm not mentioning what that says on the YouTube side of things. You got to have a giggle. I'm not going to mention it, but you know who you are. Brilliant start, Connor. Looking forward to a cracking race. That is not going on the stream. So, banter up here in the commentary box, but as I say, I digress. But there's a lot of battling going on, and it still looks like that Tao Butler and Josh Agenbar definitely having a good squabble over third position, with Ethan Simmons now extending the gap over Connor Duncan to now what is probably going to be at least over a second. Stephen Dewin says, go Ethan. And yes, the I is silent. I found that out very early on this season. We've had Harry Friel saying, come on, Tao Butler, put the pedal to the metal. As there's a great battle there between the 87 of Simon Parfitt and the 21 of SFR with Heinz Racing's James Bell, who's battling along. You've got the two younglings in there as well. Ralph is 11th according to the timings. So, and he's 3 positions ahead of Timor. So obviously, if you want to associate driver names with those two youngsters from Germany, Ralf, obviously Ralf Schumacher. Timo, you could say Timo Bernhard, Timo Glock, or Timo Glock as he's known in Northern Ireland. But we get into the last minute and 40 plus an additional lap. The gap now between Ethan Simmons, now that the squabbling has settled down from first position, and also a little bit further behind, as there is a bit more buffeting for the cameramen out there. The wind has really picked up there, especially Greg, who's now trying to clean the lens on his camera just off of the outside hairpin, as there's more argy-bargy and elbows out galore. They do say that karting's a non-contact sport, but obviously in wet weather conditions, you really have to watch your P's and Q's. There's a great move there. That's the 87 of Simon Parfitt, setting it up the inside of Ralf Jungling from Germany, who was in 11th, now goes down to 12th. So Jungling took a wider line coming out of that corner, and that was just perfect from Simon Parfitt. Now the inside, put it straight up the inside of the German, and got past by the end of Stadium Bend. And again, third position has changed. Tao Butler now behind Josh Agenbar in the number 16. So 37 seconds on the clock remaining. Gap now between first and seconds. They do cross the line. Here comes Simmons. Here comes Duncan. Duncan was closing in on him, but he's losing out by a bit of a chunk. On the lap time delta last time around, Connor Duncan lost 3.5 tenths of a second. Simon Parfitt is now closing. He's got 2 seconds to close down on William Murphy to hit the top 10. He took under 6 tenths, but the time is fast clicking away down to 0, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's expired. Oh, that was side by side between third and fourth, coming out of the back straightaway. Josh Agenbar really had Tao Butler alongside, and that was perfectly done by Josh Agenbar. Tao Butler really trying to get the bit between the teeth and trying to push forward. But now we are on the last lap. Oh, there's contact! Oh, no, that's disaster for Josh Agenbar, whose spins, having been collected by Tao Butler, hits the back bumper on the outside of Stadium Bend. It sends Josh Agenbar nearly spinning and thrown out of his kart. But the main thing is, I'm so happy to see Josh Agenbar all fine. He got up straight away. Red flags are out. That is not at all a surprise. Marshals on the scene. Red flag has been called. We have gone over 75% race distance. Instant red flag. Completely agree. So the finishing order was Ethan Simmons, Connor Duncan, with Josh Agenbar rounding out the, well, Josh Agenbar. So they will put it to the end of they'll put it onto what was the finishing order, and that will effectively mean, but with the red flag having been one of the participants, I'm wondering whether the third place will still stand with Josh Agenbar. But let's have a replay at what happened. Oh, it was, I'm wondering if Tao Butler just tried to turn in to go for the inside line, but he had Josh Agenbar right in front of his peripheral vision, but Josh straight away, lightning fast like a cat on a hot tin roof, and he just did the old helmet tap, I'm okay. That is one thing that I think everybody wants to see. And so, provisionally speaking, I'm not going to be officially aware of what the results are, but as of the red flag, when we went on to the last lap, Ethan Simmons was leading ahead of Connor Duncan. Josh Agenbar, before he was spun out by Tal Butler, in third, with Butler fourth, Wesley Swain, Josh Graham, Casey Lynch, Hayden Eldridge, Joe Cheek and William Murphy rounded out the top 10 ahead of Simon Parfitt. Ralph and Timur Jungling running at the top 13 with Anthony Parfitt and James Bell completing the top 15. Yihan Kalichan, Ilian Alexandru Marginal, Adam Woodham, Antonio Witkowski, Jarrett Clark, Milo Madison, Amin Saran and Andor Zolontai being the last of the 23rd that finished with Emily Jackson unfortunately eliminated on lap 1 off of the outfield hairpin. But the main thing is that Josh Agenbar is absolutely fine, but the kart has taken a hard hit. So please don't forget to hit Alpha Timing, results.alphatiming.co.uk/RY and head to London Cup 2019 when you can select it to find out what the grid positions will be and also the classified results pending decision from race control. They will investigate the incident, I'm sure. But that concludes a dramatic end to what's been the Honda Cadet qualifying stages for the 2019 Rye House London Cup, brought to you in association with Screed Force Limited. So we now come to the final race of the morning's action, even though it is the afternoon. It's now 12:52. Running a little bit behind schedule here at the London Cup, but the main thing is to see that Josh Agenbar is absolutely fine. So we've got one more race to take us to the lunch break, which will be around about 45 minutes in duration. So, the third and final preliminary heat of the 2019 London Cup, presented in association with Screed Force Limited, is now Junior Rotax. And this is going to be a very interesting affair, because Daniel Ginchard, if he gets everything up to speed, as he starts 16th. So this is going to be a... Now, the thing is that, did we go green? We might have done. They gave him the waiver round. So the full grid is as follows. Alfie Brooks and Finley Dunn will be on the front row. So it's a Ralf Schumacher chassis 1-2. Louis Weaver and Scott Sumpton, row 2. Carl Dunford and Caitlin May, that's row 3. Ronnie Mansfield and Jack Brand, that's row 4. Poppy Stevenson and Lukas Ivaskevicius, that's row 5. Ahead of Ellis Humphreys, James Otto, Chloe Konyasik. Looks like Dan Ginchard starts from about 16th or 14th. Ben Ballou, Ryan Margolis, Louis Woodward and Bryn Evans will round out the 18 strong. So 8 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap left to go in the morning action for the 2019 Rye House London Cup in association with Screed Force Limited. Let's see if the Junior Rotax actually get underway. First time of asking. Red lights on the starting gantry. The Rotax Max engines roar into life, and we go lights out for the final time before the lunch break. As already the two Ralf Schumacher chassis definitely going a bit too wide, and that was Brooks and Dunn, with Weaver trying to muscle his way past as drivers making their way through. Dan Ginchard has absolutely slungshot up the order. He's in the top 10 already, and we're not even to the infield hairpin. That's great work from the 54. He's got the fire in the belly quite clearly stoked. And I think probably he's in at least P7 by the time we complete lap number 1. So first at the moment it looks to be Brooks. Dunn looks to be down in third place behind Weaver in the 69 as they come round paddock to complete lap number 1. So it's Brooks, Weaver, Dunn, Sumpton, Dunford, and Ginchard's all the way up into 7th and absolutely flying at the minute is the 54, and he's just put in a 49.447. He's taken over 2.5 tenths of a second out of Ronnie Mansfield, who's currently in 6th place at the minute, as the leaders make their way through line astern or single file. So, oh, that was a bit of a vault from Alfie Brooks there. I think his coccyx felt that one. Coming through pylon, he's absolutely wringing the neck of that chassis, as Ginchard really is closing up to Ronnie Mansfield right now. Last time around he was about half a second adrift, and he's now about 6 tenths. The wind has picked up, the rain is intensifying, the standing water puddles are not going away despite the amount of effort that these wet weather tyres, with these karts they're using the Mojo W3s. So Brooks leads by about a second from Weaver, Dunn in 3rd, Sumpton in 4th, Dunford in 5th. Mansfield is being closed on by Ginchard, who's about 3 kart lengths as they go into the approach, 3 kart lengths behind, as he sends it up the inside of Mansfield. That's a great move from Ginchard. Just decided to go Danny Rick style and put it past him. And that puts him up into 6th place. And now the hunt begins with 5 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. How long will it be before the lights... Now, I'm just having a look at the minute. Kyle Dunford, in relation to Daniel Ginchard, is around 8 tenths of a second up the road. Then it is a further 4 tenths up to Scott Sumpton, and then a further 1.2 seconds up to Finley Dunn in 3rd position. So if Ginchard can make his way up the field, because he's quite literally catapulted his way up there. As, again, Brooks just mullers the curbs, but it's not helping his traction. And it's now starting to become apparent. Dan Ginchard is closing on the back bumper of Kyle Dunford for 5th place. is about 5 or 6 kart lengths behind. And he's now 0.43, he's 0.387 behind. He took out 4/10 out of Dunford on that last lap alone. And he's getting a bit deeper into the braking zone on the infield hairpin is Dan Ginchard. So Ginchard really, really muscling that 54, wringing it by the scruff of its neck. As he goes side by side with Dunford on the outfield hairpin. Oh, that was close indeed, but Ginchard didn't have the run on the 40. The 40 was able to power around the outside. But again, Ginchard is finding the pylon is his sweet spot for making those overtakes when he needs to. He doesn't necessarily need to power past drivers on straightaways, but if he can make it up through the corners, he's doing that now. He's put himself up into P4. As goes the left side of the rear axle just kicks out a little bit towards the outside of Stadium Bend, but Ginchard just able to manipulate the brake and the throttle quite effectively there, and he's doing the same going into the infield hairpin. Let's not forget he is last year's London Cup Honda Cadet champion for the London Cup. So and we're getting some nice comments in. Harry Friel says, come on Daniel, great driving. I must agree with you there. So Dan Ginchard definitely putting down the hammer and trying to catch up with those in front. So he's still got plenty. Well, he's got about 3 minutes and 19 seconds to go, plus an additional lap to try and catch up with those in front. And he is now closing on the, let's see what position he is in now. He's up into 5th. And he's just set a 47.130, so he's actually the fastest out of the top 5. He's taken nearly half a second out of Scott Sumpton from Ambition Motorsport, who's currently circulating in 4th place in the 47. So Brooks continues to have an advantage to his favour of around about 1.5 seconds ahead of Louis Weaver in the 69. Finney Dunn rounds out the top 3. As the 77 of Bryn Evans just ahead. And, oh, that's very close for Alfie Brooks, who has to try and avoid and go round the outside. Now cuts the inside on Paddock. So Bryn Evans just really needs to have a bit of spatial awareness on that front, but manages to get past him in the end. Seven laps in the books will make this lap number 8. So we've got just over 2 minutes remaining. Dan Ginchard still trying to close down on Scott Sumpton, who's about 9 or so tenths of a second up the road. As Ginchard now gets past the number 77 of Bryn Evans. One of the back markers there. So at the minute, Brooks leads, Weaver second. As the 16 of Ronnie Mansfield has to quickly mash down the throttle hard to get past the 77 of Bryn Evans going through the S's. As there is the 69 of Weaver. There's the 26 of Dunn, Sumpton, then Ginchard. Now Ginchard is about 1.2 seconds adrift. He's lost out by nearly 2.5 tenths, but I think he's going to be quite happy of being right down at the bottom part of the field and getting his way up to 5th at the end of it. That's quite a good effort despite the bad conditions. I mean, it seems to be brightening up a little bit more in the fact that there's less grey cloud cover here at Rye House, but the wet weather conditions, which still have been very much assaulting us throughout the majority of the morning. So 60 seconds before the lunch break. Oh, we've got one off, and that's Chloe Kanyasik. Yes, that is Chloe Kanyasik, unfortunately, the 104. Real shame for her. Backwards into the barriers, and that is off Reg's elbow. So the exit of Reg's, so maybe she's tried to put the power down and the back end's just stepped out and put her rearwards into the barriers. It's a real shame for Chloe. So 34 seconds on the clock remaining. Dan Ginchard now is, he's set the fastest lap of the race, 46.979, and has taken over 4 tenths out of Scott Sumpton. And there is Sumpton right in the crosshairs of the 54 of Ginchard. Ginchard's gone for 4th. He's got it, has he? Or is Sumpton going to try and get back at him? The pair go side by side. They clash going into the S's. Oh, sideways from Ginchard, but saves it. My goodness. How did you hang on to that, Dan Ginchard? I thought it was going to be spinning like a like a top, at the, spinning top at that particular time. But we've had yellow flags, obviously, because there is no overtaking allowed through Reggie's elbow because of Chloe Konyasic's kart. So now the time is expired. This is the penultimate lap. We'll get one more. So Dan Ginchard has a chance. He goes up the inside of Scott Sumpton. Sumpton points it straight in true, nails the throttle, powers past the 54, back into 4th place. But Ginchard not giving up without a fight. So they come down heading towards pylon. Leaders at the moment now going through towards paddock for the penultimate time. So Alfie Brooks will get the last final lap board of the morning's action, which he does now. Second is Louis Weaver, and is about 3 or so seconds adrift, 2.9 seconds adrift. Finley Dunn in 3rd place, Scott Sumpton in 4th. Or is he? Let's see. No, he's still ahead of Dan Ginchard by about a 1/10 and a half. So at the minute it's still all kicking off up and down the field, but looks like Alfie Brooks is coming towards pylon for the final time. He's gone through pylon now, has the 57, through the complex, through the left and the right of the S's, through into the right-hander at paddock, and Alfie Brooks puts himself, provisionally speaking, on pole position for the final later on. What a job from Alfie Brooks to take the win after 12 laps of racing action. Louis Weaver takes 2nd, ahead of Finley Dunn. And who's in 4th? It's Scott Sumpton. Dan Ginchard finishes about 0.6 of a second adrift, despite having finished at the bottom of the field. Kyle Dunford in 6th, Ronnie Mansfield in 7th, ahead of Caitlin May and Poppy Stevenson, with Ben Ballou rounding out the top 10. Jack Brand rounds out the top 11. Lewis Woodward finishes a lap down off of the leaders, down in 15th. As across the line comes James Otto in 12th, with Ivaska Vicious in 13th, then Ellis Humphreys in the 64. And then we've got Brynn Evans, Chloe Konyasic, and Ryan Margolis that completes the running order. And that takes us neatly to the lunch break here at the 2019 Rye House London Cup, presented in association with Screed Force Limited. Just for those watching the stream, as the Screed Force Limited banner shows, we're going to be shutting off the stream here. We're going to be restarting the stream in around about half an hour's time, which is at around about 25 to 2 this afternoon, before we go into the business end of the 2019 London Cup. Join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Anthony Jordan here on the live stream, direct from the home of Hamilton, Rye House Kart Raceway, in about 45 minutes' time. Thanks for watching. See you after the lunch break.